Dear God, I'm so bad at this. Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the anime collector. Joining me is Reese. Hey, Andy.
Hello.
And for some reason, my audio is going to the wrong mic. My headphones are going to the speakers instead of the headphones. God damn it. And we're not streaming on Rumble because of bullshit. Hey, at least we're on Facebook.
Our 0 viewers on Rumble will care a lot.
Fuck. Now I won't get those bots telling me how wonderful their ability is to get my amazing content that they fell in love with at first sight to 1 million people. All right, let's and there's Green Line. Foodnum is celebrating Birthing Person's Day with his they them mom.
Yeah.
Which is not a meme we invented just now. All right. Taking a bite of this pizza.
You're supposed to save pickups for later.
It's my show, bitch. All right. If you guys like to support the OC podcast, I'd like to invite you to go to ocpodcast.com/support. And I would just like to give a heartfelt thank you to our patrons who are keeping us afloat somehow. I honestly don't know how we've kept the show going this long because the level of depression I feel on a daily basis is so immense that it's amazing I'm still here. But by the kindness of our patrons, we currently are almost at a profit. So thank you for that, patrons. Moving past this. Let's jump right in. If you haven't noticed yet, this show is going to be a train wreck because today is Mother's Day. And it has been a chore to do anything this entire weekend because on Friday, my kids had state testing. On Saturday, my daughter had a bee, exhibit field trip thing I had to do. And today is Mother's Day.
Like a bumblebee?
Yeah, my wife is in the yard, but the way that she's positioned, she looks like a child. I honestly thought that was my daughter at first. That's crazy. Anyway, so my daughter's doing a report on bumblebees, and so we went to a lady's house who's a beekeeper, and we did a tour and learned a whole bunch of stuff for her. So, setting that aside, let us jump into our topics today. Japan's answer to the population decline is to replace locals with foreigners. Heads up. I have read.
Are they taking applications?
No articles yet.
Okay.
Everything that happens tonight, we flipped a coin and decided to cover it. Okay? That's basically what happened. Are they taking applicants? I don't think so. Are you virile? Do you have children? Because that's probably the way you get in. So with Japan's population in free fall...
I can make children.
With Japan's population free fall, regional leaders have chosen the globalist favorite fix. Ignore your own people and bring in migrants to fill the gap, even if those same groups have already caused unrest in the country. Pardon.
Why don't they just pay weebs to fuck? Why don't they just pay weebs to just, hey, please?
They do.
Coitus?
They literally do, don't they?
They
give you $800 for.
It's our population is dying. Please have coitus.
I was gonna say, you show up with your V card stamp for all the V's you stamped, and then they give you $800, right? Also, boom. Let him back in. It's time to... Governor Yoshihiro Murai of Miyagi Prefecture is now openly promoting that what many have suspected for years, that Japan will not solve its demographic crisis by revitalizing its own communities, but by importing workers from abroad and reshaping the national identity along with it. In a recent interview, Murai proudly praised memorandums with foreign entities to funnel in labor from countries like Indonesia and promised that towns failing to become inclusive multicultural societies would simply die out. So it's, Japan last or die, right? Like that's kind of the idea. Just, that sucks. Of course, this inclusive vision conveniently forgets how past experiments with migration have fared. In July 2023, a brawl involving over 100 Kurds outside the Kawaguchi Medical Center resulted in several injuries and arrests, disrupting emergency services for hours. In March 2025, a Kurdish man was arrested for assaulting a woman he lived with in Kawaguchi City. He had applied for refugee status 5 times and was living under provisional release. These incidents have fueled public concern and increased scrutiny of the Kurdish community, particularly in areas like Kawaguchi and Warabi, which have significant Kurdish populations. Local officials have reported a surge in complaints about noise, improper garbage disposal, and traffic violations linked to Kurdish residents. I, stupidly, have just realized that a specific video that I just rendered out did not get added to the brand and needs to first go through the compression process. So that's just happening as I was stalling right there. Despite such disturbances, officials continue insisting that more immigration is the solution, not the problem. Murai admits rural governments are preparing to offer direct cash incentives to foreign workers, even knowing these towns can't compete with Tokyo's higher wages. Still, the long-term goal is clear: attract, settle, and root foreigners into Japan's social fabric under the guise of revitalization. The Japanese youth might be fleeing the countryside, but rather than addressing why, the plan is to simply swap them out. Instead of supporting its own people, Japan's ruling class seems eager to follow the West's failed playbook: import labor, ignore the cultural consequences, and label any concern as xenophobia. For a country that once prided itself on harmony and national identity, I mean, the Reiwa era literally means beautiful harmony, right? Like that's when they transitioned to the next emperor, what they went into. Mm-hmm. This new direction looks more like quiet erasure. So, kind of a shit show already. I'm sorry. This is the perfect time to randomly inject other articles I have sitting off to the side that I otherwise won't get to. Not that one. Hold on. Not that window. There it is. Yes. Let's just throw this in, because otherwise it's never going to get talked about. YouTuber encourages black men to, quote, impregnate Japanese women to get 10 million yen. It's that easy. It's that easy. An American black woman YouTuber has sparked outrage in Japan for spreading fake news that encourages black men residing as immigrants in Japan to impregnate Japanese women to get 10 million yen from the government in an effort to combat the declining birth rate problem. The fake news was spread by an American black woman who goes by Tasha K, a YouTuber with over 1.2 million subscribers. By the way, I've been sitting on this since April 26, 2024.
Oh, over a year.
Over a year. The rumor that she spread was essentially telling black immigrants in Japan that they would be paid 10 million yen for getting a Japanese woman pregnant. According to the report, the YouTuber talked about how the Japanese think that black people have many children, so they want black men to come get their women pregnant to stop the declining birth rate. She also encouraged black men to immigrate to Japan and impregnate Japanese women to help with the declining birth rate that is plaguing the country. If only it was that simple. You in World War II. How they like dropped leaflets from the planes warning them about the atomic bomb coming.
Yes.
What if instead you just rained jizz from the sky?
No.
Oh no! It's
The women would have to
Operation Boukensha commence.
women would have to sit crotch up, right, to receive.
Oh no. You're right. We'll just need to put it in the water supply. So
That is
all
like
of the
the biggest
sprinklers will shoot out.
Kake ever.
Oh no. Can you imagine that level of warfare? Oh no. Okay. Yeah, all you have to do, that's brilliant. You go to all the hot springs and just pump a ton of sperm into it. Right? That's how you do it.
Yeah, I don't think sperm do well in almost boiling water.
You make bioengineered sperm that does do well.
Robosperm.
The solutions. Always coming up with the solutions.
All right. Japanese women expressed their anger toward the woman who has made problematic statements in the past. The video was posted in May 2024, and Japanese internet denizens flooded the comments with criticism, with comments such as, "We will never forgive this. This is almost as bad as Assassin's Creed Shadows and how they will forgive." The YouTuber shared an update in August explaining that she was only joking. However, her rebuttal only added fuel to the fire. Quote, "Honestly, your criticism makes me very sad. I believe in the Japanese religion," which is Shintoism. Hey, how you doing? Can you please leave? Don't make me get up. There will be consequences. You will get pretzels later. Don't. Yeah, stop spoiling my pickups.
It's not Father's Day yet, bitch. Go back to your mother.
The consequences will never be dire.
I believe in the Japanese religion. I believe in Nichijou Buddhism. Namu Myoho Renge Kyo. If you have time to attack me, get a woman pregnant. What the fuck? Oh, is that what she said?
Oh.
Oh, fuck you. More comments from Japanese internet denizens. Okay, so I don't even understand. I have no fucking idea. Okay. This is why racism against blacks will never disappear. This is a problem that the country should take action on. Is it true that blacks discriminate against Asians? The rumor has spread to Africa, and there are actually black people who believe it and come to Japan. This is unbearable. Black people are the ones who make the most noise about hoaxes and discrimination. They don't show it in the video, but she has made derogatory remarks about the emperor, so it seems like they're going all out to irritate Japanese national sentiment. Was it too shocking to air the part where she talked about thyroid hormone hysteria and not being able to have children because of the atomic bomb?
Damn.
I've actually been getting more and more random foreign men, Black and Middle Eastern, talking to me on the street and grinning at me. Can this really be dismissed as a joke? I hope the government does something about it. If it's okay to say it's a joke, can discriminating against black people be dismissed because it's a joke? Sending such a blatant hateful rumor to the world is beyond the level of a nuisance YouTuber. There's just so many uses for it. So far tonight. Japan, the birthplace of black slavery. Religion baiting in Japan. Sushi girls are hungry for big dicks. Wow. Kuronbo should be wiped out from this world. The white man was right. Oh.
Oh, shit.
I'm just trying to translate Kuronbo. Kuro meaning black. I'll let you do the rest. Oh, I can understand why Kurombo discriminate against. I'm gonna just start using the word chojin here. I feel dirty to say this other one. The reason racism never ends is because there are idiots like this who go beyond the limits. I beg all black people to go back to Africa and live like black people. Wow. Did Ubisoft ask you to say that? Yasuke must be happy. The only role black people have in Japan is as cheaters in NTR erotic manga. Someone once said that Japanese people treat black people like goblins or orcs, which made me laugh. Wow. All of these are quotes, by the way, YouTube. Yeah. Yasuke mass production plan. In other countries, racists are allowed to discriminate, so let's beat them up. Oh, dear Lord. Just as expected from Chojin, the scum of humanity. I saw them in Terraformars. Oh.
Oh, no.
It may have been a mistake.
Yeah. Off to a great start. Are we still monetized?
Yeah. Whoops. Hey, pal, how's it going?
Yeah.
Japanese companies never need to work with U.S. companies. Okay. What, do Led Zeppelin need to work with Saudi Arabia to sell 300 million music copies worldwide?
That makes
I don't
sense.
know.
Yes, move on.
Yeah. And
whatever you say, Luigi.
Where's the button to time out? There it is. R5, Jap 5. I don't get it. Rip Japan. Why not just pay Japanese to breed then? Why indeed? Based, it's not fake news. I should definitely move to Japan. Let's all move to Japan, and we will be the best wingman that the Japanese have ever had. We're going to get them fucking so hard. God damn. All right. Anyway. Speaking of. Hello there, young man.
FDD,
Okay.
Indeed.
All right. Okay. Pickups. I got some pickups.
He's
I'm
got
dying.
Sitting off with my
you
pizza
okay?
on it.
Are you choking on that black chojin?
No, it's the white Chojin.
the
just-
Nbo. All right. So I picked up Tragedy and Hope by Carol Quigley. I was talking to somebody about it the other day, and they asked to borrow it, and I was like, of course you can. And then I'm like, I don't know where the fuck that is in my storage unit right now, so I'm just going to buy another one. So I picked that up, and then I went to Book Off the other day. I didn't really look in the anime section, but for $12, would anybody like to take a guess what that says?
Wait,
Yellow.
it's frozen. It says mustard.
As soon as I saw this, I was like, there ain't no effing way I'm not going to leave with this in my possession.
For $12?
Wow.
What is it?
It's
It's a mustard.
Bottle.
Oh, it is a mustard? Okay.
I just need to stitch our version on the back. And then I went to Tokyo Central, which is right next door, and I tried some sweet corn pretz. Holy shit, game changer. Sweet corn is the most underutilized flavor there is. This shit is so fucking good. My daughter tried to sneak another one in the cart, and I said, no. If we like them, we'll get more. I took one bite, and I was like, fuck. I went on Amazon. I bought a full case.
Car's still warm. Let's go back.
Yeah. So Tokyo Central, I'm not sure if they're owned by Don Quixote in Japan, but they sell the Don Quixote mascots. Right? So I picked those up. I thought that was kind of neat. Pinky didn't make it. Anyway, Green Line. Do you have any pickups you'd like to share?
have
I see that
a pickup.
I see that your room feels a little less sexy today.
Well, yeah, with the recent news that we'll be discussing later, I've decided to. No, I'm just,
let's not discuss
I'm-
whatever that was.
I'm moving, so
Oh.
I've actually like cleared off most of the
Okay.
figures that
Is
I've
this
got.
a good move or a bad move?
This is a good move.
Oh, okay.
For the most part. So, but that's the sucky part of being a figure collector, or I guess a collector of anything, but figures in particular, is moving. Just putting them all back in their boxes and trying to figure out, how did this go back in the blister pack? Like, I just, just some of them are very easy, but some of them are just like,
If I may, it's even more awkward when you're paralyzed from the waist down because you have to hire people to move your stuff.
yeah. Well, I'm
So
not quite
The
paralyzed,
box
but I
says
am.
Fake material.
Yeah.
Beauty figures.
Be
Yeah.
careful with that. Oh, is it
Yeah.
fragile? Opens it up. Oh.
Yeah,
You can
I
walk.
know.
He just has to be careful with it.
Right. But that's why I keep the boxes in the packaging, because so they're
This is
mostly
also why
secure.
I keep the boxes.
So,
I
The
keep the
exact
boxes.
reason.
anyways, in regards
Now
to
I have a
pickups,
room full of boxes, which is great.
yes, that is the
Your
unfortunate
box
part.
collector.
But it pays off when you move. So,
Yep.
So in pickups news, eBay decided to notify me about a sale of something I looked at, and it was like $10-15 off, and I'm like, well, fuck, I guess I'm gonna pick up Plastic
Okay.
Little,
Nice ass.
The Adventure of Captain Tina. Adventures,
Oh.
excuse me. Yes, that is it. Let me
Artwork
get a better look.
By
of-
the amazing
yes,
Urushihara?
Yes.
Is that his name?
I think so.
Adventures has to be plural because of each cheek.
Mm.
yes, indeed. But yeah, this is the ADV release. It's
Mhm.
interestingly enough, it is 17 plus, so that's
It's not really. There's nothing in there that I remember being.
Yeah, I don't think it's super duper.
Urushihara is the fucking goat.
He
in
is. His
anime,
artwork is so. But the one OVA, the one adult thing he made is not that great, in my opinion.
Another Lady Innocent?
Yeah, that one.
Huh.
But yeah, I can't show that. I was gonna show the insert on camera, but I don't think
I think
can.
he's done more than just that. Just a heads
Oh,
up.
he has, but like,
Yeah.
the one that is the one adult thing that he's done, and so it's very like, it's kind of mid.
Well,
It's just
I mean,
the angle, like the cinematography and like everything that's shown, you would think it'd be better, but it's really just like not like all the.
it's pretty vanilla, which,
Yeah.
as far as I'm concerned, is a plus.
Well, it is a plus, but like I don't know, like so you've seen it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just I wish more of his artwork was shown, if that makes any sense. Like
Sure.
more being appropriate as appropriate as it can. Like there's certain ways that he draws the women that are just like not shown in the OVA.
Look,
It's like
I want to make this abundantly clear to everybody. Like, this guy has such an incredible sense of form that you will, even if you are an even bigger gooner than Greenline, you will look at it and go like it's almost more like going into, the Louvre and seeing like a Renaissance sculpture of a feminine form rather than spank material. Like, the guy is gifted, like a Renaissance level perfection to the way that he does it. Like, I've described it in the past that the implied line is goddamn masterfully done, to the point where he knows exactly where to stop drawing the line so that your eye will see the form, so that it's not muddied up with, extra lines that are unnecessary, but just the precision at which, and the curves that he uses are just fucking fantastic. And the thing that I like the most about him is that he's also fucking great at drawing clothing. right? And so
I
like
didn't think about that. Yeah.
so from my perspective, when I see it, like for me, like I think they called it front. Did they call it Front Innocent or Another Lady Innocent is the American title?
The American title is Another Lady Innocent. I
Yeah,
don't know
so
what
Front
the
Innocent I think is the
Japanese-
Japanese title, but the point is the design sense of the clothing and whatnot is just like masterfully done, right? So regardless, like for me personally, I'd watch an entire anime where he was the character designer and stuff just because like his artwork and his design aesthetic exactly is that good, right?
So
and it's
that's
not even
why you watch the.
it's not
hentai.
even about necessarily the
beating of meat.
yeah, like and if you watch what Green Line's talking about, you'll understand exactly what I mean, because like in motion, when you're trying to make it like, you know, really adult and whatnot, it's like, yeah, it's happening and there it is and everything, but it's not anything to write home about. You're not like, wow, that was truly on another level, right? It's like catering to his strengths is like the design sense and the posing and whatnot that has almost like a what would be the word for it? Like there's like a grace to it, right? The way that he draws the feminine form, especially, right? There's like a extra level of grace that other people I think struggle very hard to capture. Anyway, with that in mind, Dylan G is mentioning the jiggle counter, which is on Plastic Little now that I remember. Yeah. So there's enough jiggle in it that ADV decided to include a jiggle counter. Anyway, did you have more you wanted to share, Greenline, before we move to the?
I do not, but I'm looking for that jiggle counter now that you mentioned.
It's on there.
Yes, it is. Oh my gosh, yeah. It's like if I can zoom it, or wait, it's like right. I can. I don't know if my camera's gonna pick it up. You son of a bitch.
I was about to say, are we gonna do this for a watch club? And then I remembered. You told me to think of a watch club. I had one in my mind.
It's not. Sorry, guys. My camera's not that great. But yeah, it's right there, kind of on the end.
Mm-hmm.
It's like right. If I can point to it, it's like on the far. You can kind of, if I back it away, you can actually, you can kind of make it out. Yeah.
I see it.
It's great. That's great.
So real quick,
that's awesome.
Hold that thought, Footnum. Old man says Green Line needs to get a new casting couch after the move. The one behind him is worn out.
Old man, that's for damn sure. You're not wrong about that.
So Footnum, you said you've decided your watch club?
I thought of one, but it's eluding me right now. But hopefully throughout the podcast I'll remember.
Tentatively, it's now Plastic Little. In 1994, the 1994 anime OVA Plastic Little, as presented on DVD in 2002 by ADV Films, the version is dubbed in English and contains a jiggle counter, which keeps track of how many times on-screen breast movement occurs throughout the duration of the program. ADV registered a trademark with the United States Patent and Trademark Office for the jiggle counter.
Holy
no. That's funny. The final form is the head? You mean the final form? I still don't get it. Yeah. Cool. All right. So, we're about to get into some... Oh, no. We're going to still do pickups. Hold on. Oh, God damn it. Does anybody have it pulled up? It's making me log in.
You're going to have to log in. Hollywood and games industry need to unironically hire Greenline.
Wumpus can't find the computer.
Greenline for casting.
Am I on a different Wi-Fi?
Greenland for the casting couch. I have no interest, but I mean,
I'm still waiting for the Macross movie 4K Blu-ray.
All right, I'm in.
Hacker voice.
I don't know how that worked. We're not on Rumble. We are on Facebook. The world is upside down. Footnum, tell us about your re-stuff order.
Yes, I got my yearly re-stuff order.
Is this your watch club pick on my Buddha?
No.
Oh, okay.
Shot down.
I was just looking. I'm like, was it my pickups? But let's see. so I don't think I wanted. I don't think it was Digimon the movies, because I don't remember why. It was something else. So let's start from the top. Actually, we have Spy Family Code White Steelbook. We have Berserk Steelbook. Finally
Did
got
your
that.
Spy Family also get a scratch through it like everybody else's?
Mine doesn't have a scratch through it. Wait,
Wait,
is it
a
underneath
scratch?
the? Is it
It's
underneath
on the back.
Are you-
Mine is on the
Oh.
back side. I've seen that.
Oh,
one.
so you'll see it in a sec. So Fire Force Season 2 Limited Edition.
Mhm.
And then if we go back to the left, whatever sale it was, like a clear, I don't know if it was clearance. I realized they had like no Gundams left. So I'm like, oh no, I have to get all the scraps of what's left. So we have, what is it? Gundam Age Collection 2. I don't even have Collection 1 or that third collection.
Good luck.
Gundam-
You've cucked yourself now.
Probably. Then we got Gundam Build Fighters Try, which is Season 2. Honestly, I'm not too worried about that because the UK has Build Fighters releasing.
Mhm.
But I'm just like, this is a pretty good price. Then Gunpla Builder's Guide or whatever the hell. I don't know what it is. It's one of those weird specials. Gundam Victory Gundam. That one I'm kind of cheesed off because it never went on sale and Collection 1 was out of print, I guess. So I'm like, God damn it. That was the next one I needed chronologically. So I have half of V Gundam. Then My Miracle. And then Emma Victorian Romance, which, by the way, Nozomi was in the exact same state. Like, all of the Nozomi stuff was, like, clearance. Like, a lot of it's out of print. And I was like, I need to get this, especially the Emma, because I literally didn't get the second season on the Kickstarter because I'm like, I'm just going to get the retail because it's not going to have any extra crap. So I thankfully was able to do that before it went out of print for good. Then we got Sweet Blue Flowers, another Nozomi one, which is like a Yuri or something. On my Buddha, I had to upgrade because I have that horrible Anime Works one that has all the cases fall apart. It's got like 6 discs, so this is a good upgrade. Then El Hazard, The Wanderers, which is the final one that I didn't have yet. I wanted to make sure I got it in case the UK doesn't do a limited edition for that one as well. Then Sound of the Sky, which is like a Kyoto Animation one. It's one of the few Kyoto Animation things we've gotten released over here that I didn't have. Ninja Nonsense. I was actually kind of looking forward to that one. That one's Ufotable, I believe. Like one of their earlier works. And I don't know. It looks like it's going to be goofy, so who knows? Then Galaxy Angel. Oh, I got so cucked on Galaxy Angel. The final whatever entry is not... Like, it was out of print as well on the Blu-ray. So, and it was really expensive to look on eBay. So I'm like, damn it. But I at least got this one, which is AA plus S. And then My Hero Academia Season 4, because I'm doing the Footnum technique, which is where you put the complete season collection in the limited edition when it's cheaper. And then...
Do you have all the limited editions?
Not the latest one, like Season 6 or whatever.
Okay. The reason I ask is because all of them are currently at Book Off.
I hate hate them. I loved Season 1, but then Season 2 shit the bed.
Such a fucking horrible.
Oh, yeah.
God screwed us so hard.
Oh yeah. And then
The season is twice as long, so the box sets are going to be 4 times bigger.
It's not as if they've never made, boxes of the exact same size that have 26 episodes. That's ridiculous. So anyway, Lupin the Third, Bye Bye Lady Liberty, which was that the second movie?
The first special.
Special one, yeah.
Okay, first special. And Reese coerced me into getting the rest of City Hunter.
Because
okay, I guess.
No, because City Hunter 2 is going out of print. And we
you're lucky he got it for you. I'm missing set 2.
No. Set 2 I signed up for. Then he's like, do you want me to get the rest of City Hunter? And I'm like, I guess. And then next thing you know, I have all of City Hunter.
Well,
I'm going to walk the 90 kilometers all day and all night to your house and steal set 2 from you.
Randy, you're going to be happy to hear that I included that article in Miss News.
Wait. Should we have informed Random 11 when it was back in stock or whatever? Like,
That was his problem.
Wow, it came back and you guys didn't say shit.
I
Oh,
ordered it,
well,
and then when
Randy.
it came, when I ordered it, I got an email that it had finally shipped, and then it was gone again. Like right
I
away.
am making a mental note.
yeah.
When I am at Book Off, I will keep an eye out for that for you. City
Oh,
Hunter
yeah.
2 Set 2.
no, don't worry about it. If I wanted it that badly, I'd go find it.
Yeah, so
If it
that
was in
season,
stock on the store, though, that like you could have just said, "Hey, remember that show that you were complaining about that you missed because it went out of print and now it's out of stock?
I didn't
Hey,
see
it's
into-
absolutely back there. It's actually back
I-
on the site."
look, Randy,
I-
I can't
I'm-
see into the future. I couldn't see you complaining about it now, back then.
No, I complained about it
Sorry.
back when it went out of print.
They
Anyway,
should have
doesn't
ordered
matter.
it when you could still have ordered it, because it.
Continue.
Oh my
I
God.
thought I had it
It was
when
in
it first
stock.
went out of when they first announced that it was going out of print. I thought I owned it, and then it went out of
When
print.
it first
and
went
then I
out
was
of print
like,
or
oh.
whatever, or was it when it first went out of print? Anyway, whenever Reese made the order, it was on like back order status,
Yeah,
and we didn't even
But
think it
but
was gonna ship.
technically, it was in stock according to Randy, but it wasn't
Yes.
in the warehouse.
Oh,
Hey, you got it right. I
Yeah.
call that in stock.
What
Right,
if it-
continue
what if-
your,
Like-
your marathon.
Like 2 months later, yeah, like 2 months
Well,
later.
Anyway, top 10 anime betrayals aside, so you'll notice that the square corners,
Yeah.
on season 2 is where they
Ooh.
ended, but I at least have all of the square corners instead of like a crappy season 1's round and now
Yeah.
season 2's square.
It
Um,
bugs me that the titles get up like go up and up and up,
Mhm.
except
The power
for set
creep.
1.
Oh, did you see my...
Like
And
City
then-
Hunter
good,
2
good.
set 1 is up, and then it goes down, and then it goes up again. Like
what is
what?
season
Up,
1's
up,
height?
up.
They
and then
needed
back
to
down
make
again.
sure my favorite thing about it is that he's like walking towards you, right foot forward, left foot forward, stand and pose, change your pants. Right? Like,
Headshot.
Remember when
Yeah,
they used
so-
to make like little art
yeah,
like that would span
On
across
fucking
the sets?
VHS collecting was the best.
We gotta bring that back, don't we, boys?
Yes.
So season 3, 91, was it movie and TV special collection? Then
Classic.
Shinjuku Private Eyes, and whenever they release that new film, I'm gonna have to grab that.
I think the
GTO.
Anime Limited has that.
The new City Hunter movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I have options, whatever. So GTO.
Oh, is that your
the-
watch club? Is that what we're doing? GTO?
Hell no, it's like 40 episodes. and
Yeah, it's
also,
43 episodes. We don't have time to do that.
And here's the thing, this I know it's SD on Blu-ray, but it looks like ass. Like I guess the
Yeah.
masters were really that bad.
No, they're pretty bad.
But at least I'm saving 9 goddamn spaces because that Tokyo Pop is huge,
Yep.
which I am willing to sell. Like I don't know if someone's interested, but warning, I did not see cheap versions of it on eBay when I checked. Then I got Black God, y'all's favorite Black God.
KochiKame.
Yep. I'm really happy to have this because Bandai released it in like 6 Blu-rays for some reason,
Yeah.
and the last half of them are a lot more expensive and harder to find.
Yep.
So I only had the first 3, but now
It's funny.
just
They
have one.
released it on 6 Blu-rays and 4 DVDs. Like,
I know it makes no goddamn sense. But yeah, now it takes up less space and it's the complete thing. So that's great. Then we got Gao Gai Ga, the final, which is the thing we've never had before. And it's in 16:9, so that's pretty cool. From what I remember. Maybe I'm tripping. And then Digimon, the movies collection. Oh, my highly anticipated release. And I'm the only one with the balls to actually check the dub. The long and short of it is I don't know if Sound Cadence didn't know how to mix properly, but I don't know if the voices were just that much louder and it sounded weird and awkward, or if the soundtrack having like little soundtrack, like there's a lot of moments that were kind of silent, just emphasized it more, so it felt a bit awkward. From what I've skimmed, anyway. Most of the voice actors sound pretty good still. Tai, for some reason, sounded kind of rough around the edges from the little samples I've seen. But he sounded fine in Try, though, from what I remember. So maybe the director is just ass in sound cadence. I don't know. And Kari sounds fantastic. I think she sounds probably better than the original movie. So that's beautiful. And then Joe's dead, but he just grunts for half the movie, I think. I couldn't find him speak. Anyway, that's kind of what I remember off the top of my head.
Mimi? What about Mimi? How is the replacement for...
She sounded pretty good, too, actually.
That's what I heard, too, but I just wanted to hear your thoughts on it.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I'll watch it fully at some point. It is very different, especially like the first movie is way more violent because Greymon's horn goes through Parrotmon's beak and there's like a hole and stuff, and he doesn't say
spoilers.
Greymon now.
You guys tell me, oh, this movie, this franchise is 20 years old. It's okay to spoil everything.
I'm kidding, Jesus Christ.
Real quick, for when we're going over the rest of pickups, I sent an article in the private chat. If you want to take a look at it, it's something I was considering covering if you wanted to go into more detail on this.
Okay, I'll take a read of it.
Also, real quick, Old Man says, "Oh, My Buddha" is fun if you like harem anime. You know what the best part about it is? There's a part where a girl uppercuts a dog.
Of course you'd think that'd be the best part of it.
Yeah. I was telling my wife, she's into dog grooming, but I'm into dog dooming. I like to doom dogs.
Oh my god. Anyway, so then the quintessential quintuplets season 2 and the movie. So
they matched the spines. Crazy. They can do it. It is possible.
But guess what? The first season's limited edition. Guess what doesn't have a limited edition? Season 2 or the movie.
Wow.
So much for that, Randy.
That was your mistake for buying the limited edition, right?
Not really, because that one went out of print pretty quickly, apparently. And then I got the best anime of all time, Metalocalypse, the Doomstar. Actually, wait.
Army of
What
the
is it called?
Doomstar?
Yeah, Army of the Doomstar, not the Doomstar Requiem. I haven't seen it yet, but it's
Why'd
like
they
the
have to put
finale.
the Blu-ray logo on there sideways like eight?
Oh,
Because it's Warner Bros.
Warner Brothers does that for everything, I'm not sure. They
Fucking
did it for
idiot.
everything for a long time.
Yeah. So, what is it? After that, we have Samurai Champloo Limited Edition, which baffles me even exists because when you look on the other side, it's literally just the Blu-ray case. There's no like art. I don't think there's art cards or anything. It's just
I think the art
Blu-ray
cards
case.
are in the case.
Point being,
Yeah.
There's just a case in there. I mean,
Well,
there's a
no.
slip case on.
Yeah, it's a slipcase release inside of a slip box.
I know, but it seems
Yeah.
really redundant. Like, what the hell is this box for? It's so small. But I mean, it's better than a normal case. It's just weird that they did it like this. And then Yu-Gi-Oh, the movie, the Pyramid of Light movie on Steelbook.
Why didn't
I'm
you
pretty
just get
happy
that from Amazon.ca? I linked it to you.
Well, this was a while ago. Okay, this restuff order has been cooking for a while. And I think it was actually cheaper on Amazon.com at the time.
Okay.
Slightly, but now it's
Did you
actually
get nailed
cheaper.
on the import charges for this, or have you?
Did I get
found a
tariffs?
way? Yeah. Did you find a way around the tariffs?
I got normal tariffed, like the
Just
normal
sales
border
tax?
taxes. In fact, I don't even think they had a handling fee this time, so it was slightly cheaper. Anyway,
Was it Canada Post? Or
probably
USPS?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, yes, in the post. Yeah.
If it was Canada Post, they had a $10 handling fee. Like,
I know they always do, but I didn't see one on the charges.
well, I'd be shocked if they let you off out that $10 fee, but maybe.
Wow.
Anyway, that is my Reese stuff order.
Wow.
It was so big it lagged out Discord.
But yeah, and that's my beautiful.
So that was yours that was all scratched up.
It's actually not a scratch. It's like adhesive goo or something that, like, it did rub off. You just gotta rub it off. You know.
Oh, is
Maybe
that
a little
right?
jerk. Maybe a little jerk, but you know,
Yeah.
mainly
It's just-
rubbing.
It's just
Green
goo,
light.
so I can just rub mine off.
Yeah, green line. I believe in you. You can do it.
Yeah.
Get some elbow grease there.
I mean, I rub mine off. All
Yeah,
the time,
I was gonna
so-
say you've been practicing your whole life
I'm
for this
very
moment.
yeah. I'm very versed. What did you use for them? Just like alcohol or?
I used water. I didn't even like use. I just
Okay.
dampened like a part of my T-shirt and then rubbed it off. Like that's all I had
Now
to
it's
do.
now it's on his T-shirt forever and always.
I'd get some rubbing alcohol, green line, just to be safe.
You can.
Bobby Hill picked up Angel Heart. Nice. Best
But not
OST.
April Heart.
Well, not really the best OST in the series because honestly, the first series has a pretty fucking great opening. $130 for all 4 sets of You're Under Arrest. Wow.
I'm happy for you, Seb. Oh my gosh, you're amazing. I'm looking
When I bought this, it got shipped to me from Fox Studios.
Whoa.
I think I showed it on podcast like 14, maybe. The box had like the address for Fox Studios in New York.
I will say though, the spines look like ass.
And then Seb decided to really rub it in. $15.
Yeah, he did. But he's cucked now on the stickers and on the
Stickers are easy. Those will come off. The hard part
he's
is
taking off the stickers on the Mona Lisa. Okay,
dude,
Like,
I'm
it's
literally
pretty hard.
I literally was looking at this at Book Off, $80 for volume 5. They didn't have volume 8, so I couldn't complete my collection. Like,
Oh, I thought you had them all.
Green Line's gonna walk the 9,000 kilometers to Seb's house
yeah.
and steal it.
I mean, I have the Blu-rays, the bootleg Blu-rays, but they're still pretty good Blu-rays.
Reese picked up Yif and Parchment.
Touche.
Yep.
Wolf and Parchment, Volume 10, Novel 10.
New
Is this a sequel?
Theory, Spice, and Yif.
Yep, it's a spin-off series for Spice and Wolf.
Spin-off.
I got some more Muyo's.
Wow. Zelda looking chonk in those thighs.
Yeah, dang.
Did you see the picture I sent?
I sure did. They really did a number on those thighs just to make that ass look better. All right. Tell us about your new favorite toy.
Reese got
No,
a
no, no.
gaming
Your
PC
fav-
before GTA 6 came out. What?
Reese ain't
Well,
gonna
actually,
play
sorry,
GTA.
you
Sucks
didn't
for you.
gender it correctly. This is his new Facebook machine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If
this is my new Farmville machine.
If you wanted to play GTA, that was the wrong money.
You're not going to have enough money left over to buy GTA.
Well, it's not going to come out for PC for like another year after the
Okay,
release.
you got time to save up. I see you and me have the same gaming mouse.
This is a regular
You call that
M325S.
Yeah, mine has a lot more battle damage than yours.
I bought a new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you bought the exact same one, and they're like, "Why is it double clicking?" I don't know. Maybe you bought the same cheap mouse instead of getting one with buttons. You're like, "I don't want buttons. That's too convenient."
So, JT Vega said it was an affordable price as a means of saying, "Get off my back." I know. I shouldn't have bought
I know
this.
it sucks.
Yeah. For those of you who aren't familiar, the Blu-rays for Standalone Complex cut in and out of the Japanese audio. Like you'll be watching it in English and then, oh, there's the Japanese audio popping in for no reason.
Dub titles, no
Yep.
chapter skips and episodes, no special features outside of the Takikuma days.
The release
Well,
has been
honestly-
out for like a few
8
years. So
years, like 2017,
it's
2018.
possible they've remastered it.
They did not. They have not.
They have not given two shits about it since it released.
Possible.
They're like, oh, it didn't sell well. Well, fuck it.
Yeah, if they had, everybody and your grandmother would have heard about it.
Yep.
Honestly, it's easier to say I don't think there's anything they got right with that release.
It's your turn, Randy.
So I think I shared this a couple weeks ago. I got the
Yeah.
mini
The mini by
skate
accident.
jet by accident. So now I have the big one.
You've
Well,
redeemed
the
yourself.
normal size one for a tech deck.
There you go. Well, I'll be your girlfriend looking fine. Also, heavy mare pattern.
Do you recognize that picture?
Is this? No, this isn't from the arcade cabinet side, right? This is the.
It was in the
It was in the auction, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So I got
So
this.
you printed the high res image they scanned.
No, it's not printed.
That would have been
It-
so much better.
It is a e-ink display
Oh yeah. We talked about this. Nice.
in a frame. It is a 6-color e-ink display, and the
that
little
explains the mare pattern.
the pattern that you're seeing is the dithering to achieve more
The
than
diddlering.
6 colors.
The diddler. So here's
I've-
the other.
I've uploaded a few of the different things. These are also some of the cells from that auction house. Then I did poster for various
Have
things.
you framed all these, or is this like
No,
a...
No, it's
It's a
just the
digital
display.
frame.
Well, yeah, it's a digital frame.
digital
Oh,
so-
hell
frame.
yeah.
Yeah, so the
That's
frame
sick.
uses. You guys remember when I got that watch for Christmas that uses like the Etch-a-Sketch style like printing?
It's a Kindle if you've ever
Yeah.
used a Kindle.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I
So-
get you. I
But
get
it's
you. I
color.
figured it out.
Yeah, so basically that's what it is, but it has a bunch of different colors and the display is so high resolution that
No,
you
it's
can
not
put,
that high resolution.
Hold on. But the idea is that it's much more high resolution than an Etch-a-Sketch. So when you put
Oh,
two
yeah.
colors next to each other, you can create the illusion of more than just the colors that are available by using specific patterns that to the eye will read as different colors, when in actuality it's a series of colors right next to each other, right?
So you're saying this is basically like a programmable
Yes.
picture.
Exactly.
My sister got my dad one of those for Christmas one year, and sent us pictures of our nieces, from my nieces.
I would expect what you got was an LCD screen, not an
Yeah.
e-ink display. But yeah. So yeah, I did
Does it take
covers of.
battery or does it just freeze in the last position?
So because it's an e-ink display, it freezes in whatever the picture is that
Yeah.
you used. But
That's cool.
so you can do USB and just set it like, and then unplug it and just leave it there.
Yeah.
Or it also comes with a battery, so you can plug in the lithium battery and have it like auto cycle every 12 hours or whatever. Whatever
Yeah,
you
that's
want.
sweet.
Yeah, if you guys remember the watch that I got, the reason it was significant, right, rather than just being any old watch, was that because it uses the e-ink, it only has to use battery to change at the minute, right? So when your watch is reading out a digital display, it only has to change once per minute, and therefore the battery life of it lasts a really long time because it only has to change every minute. And you can program it, like the whole thing about the watch I'm talking about is called a Watchy. It was open source, right? So you could download it, like different programming for it. So it could, if you wanted to, only update every 5 minutes, or you could have it do different things at different times or whatever, right?
At
little
420
picture.
just says FAP.
Exactly. Yes, that's what it would be for.
Yeah. So you can program this one too to
Mhm.
update however you want. By default, I think it's every 12 hours. Yeah, they said that the battery, like on a full charge, if you get the lithium battery with it, it would last a year. they estimate
Yeah, that's cool.
before you have to charge it. So yeah, I did comic covers. I did manga black and white manga panels. These look
Did
pretty
you
good.
do a dick pic?
No, I did not do a dick pic.
Why not?
For science.
Coward.
It's like 1 pixel on the center.
It's the aspect ratio. So the resolution is 480 by 800 pixels. So it is kind of like not that high res.
Mhm.
And the aspect ratio is just slightly off from like a full manga page.
Mhm.
So that or comic page. So there's a little bit extra that you'd have to fill. Although this panel fit perfectly. But that's not the full page. That's just the one panel. Random picture I found on TikTok. And then an assortment of AI images that I've generated over the years.
So are you basically saying I should burn all
That's
my
a-
posters and just
that's a
get one of
picture-
these?
I got from TikTok or Twitter or something.
Sorry, what did you say, Footnote?
I said, so you're basically saying I should just burn my posters and get one of these?
Sure.
Well, so this cost me, I think $150 Canadian, roughly,
Shit.
maybe a little bit more. If you want, I don't think that this would replace like a poster because it is tiny. It's only like a 7.5 inch by.
Oh, okay, I was gonna ask
Something-
that. I was gonna be like, how big is this?
Yeah, if you go
You
back
would
to
get,
that
like
first,
the theatrical size one.
yeah, if you go back to, not in, you have to click off this. The very first post. Yeah, that one. You can
You
see my
see the
keyboard in the
keyboard.
background.
Oh,
You get
boo,
this sense of size.
dude, that is like, yeah, that's.
They do have larger ones, but they are more
He
expensive.
wanted to test with the small, cheaper one before, deciding to get one of the major, huge $10,000 ones. Of course.
This one
I
he
mean-
can set on his desk and put his waifu of the week on there for motivation.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
he doesn't collect figures, so he can't hot glue his figures, but he could hot glue his LCD
I do collect
Right.
some figures, but
display.
anyway. Honestly, the larger ones, like, it's cool tech. The larger ones, I'll wait for the tech to become a little bit cheaper before I buy in.
So
on
real
them.
talk, when I saw this in Discord, like when you posted it like an hour ago, whatever the fuck it was, like I was like, did he just spend like a
Buy
shit ton of his
garbage.
money framing these like AI fucking?
No,
things?
no.
Yeah, I was like, he framed that AI
Like,
picture. of
What
Sam.
Now,
the hell? Man? They're like,
Why?
man,
Wow.
I did have to. This was from Twitter, I think. But and this is from Ami. This is just a random
Ami.
picture of a figure.
Yeah.
This is the AI art. Unfortunately, the camera for this one made it look better than it actually was in real life. So far, all of the pictures look pretty much to like what you're expecting. But this one, I think the camera was adjusting the lightness a little bit.
Okay,
It-
camera meaning the camera on your phone.
Correct.
Right. Yeah. Just so the audience is understanding, this is a picture generated from ChatGPT. There's a trend going around where people will generate a live action rendition of Link playing Legend of Zelda or something like that.
Yeah.
Although now, right when I fucking need it, it won't do Zelda anymore.
So that one, it looks a little bit too dark in
Yeah.
person, unfortunately, and same with the next one. But they look good in this picture for whatever reason. Maybe I can play around.
Since you posted those, I'm like, wait,
I
those
can't
aren't
believe you
AI.
included
They're official.
This image
Like,
with the feet. You didn't crop out the feet.
ooh.
Cropping out the
Oh,
feet
no.
would have cropped out too much of the ass, though. Am I right?
Yeah, probably.
Sacrifices must be made.
So yes,
He's like, I just put my thumb there.
both of those pictures are AI.
Yeah.
And then the red and white, red and blue game art. I tried the white borders. That there was some artifacts, so I think if I'm gonna redo this picture with black borders because they didn't quite fill the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Great Wave.
Did you know that Hokusai, known for painting this, also painted the woman with the octopus sex?
Technically, he didn't paint
Yes,
either of them.
it's a
but
wood block print. Yes, but you know what I mean.
yeah.
You mean it's the same fucker who started a whole hentai
I
trend?
think that's all of them.
All right. Oh, cool. Reese already got it. Cool. All right. Who's ready? Punim, did you read that article at all? Do you think that's worth?
I
Jumping
was
in?
able to skim some of it, but it's like, I mean, I don't know. Like,
Okay, you think a
That
little
sounds
bit
like a
longer.
no. That sounds
Just-
like a no.
Yeah, it sounds like.
Hold on, think
we're already an
think
hour
a little
in.
bit longer before we move on. I do want to say something for these pictures because it's 800 by 480.
Mhm.
And they're also 6 colors. Like you only have 6 colors to work with. I
Oh.
forgot to mention that I have to manually configure each picture. So they give you a tool to automatically do it if you want. So you just drag and drop your your PNG or JPEG onto the little tool.
I
and
feel
it
like
will do
this
it
one
for
looks
you.
the best. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
Like this one really captures the color palette well. The contrast is still good. You get that highlight and like everything is really readable. The only problem with it is that she's holding like 2 umbrellas because it's AI art.
So I manually went in with Photoshop and I manually set all of them to try and get like the best dithering pattern for each picture, which took a little bit of time, but you can do it more automatically.
Mhm.
But it like literally has to be a bitmap, a 24-bit bitmap file with only using the 6 colors in all
Yeah,
the pixels, and
that's
it has to be
crazy.
480 by 800. Like, so it is a little bit finicky, I guess.
That one came out great for sure. Cool.
There's a section that I'm at that's kind of it's talking with Marissa, what's her face, who is basically the reason Sound Cadence isn't going to work with the discotheque anymore. Talking about like makes it almost sound like they put lines from the original dub into it, so it's not 100% literal at
Like,
parts.
you
or
got
something.
mail.
What? I don't know. I haven't watched the full thing, but like,
I'm sorry. Did I or did I not get shamed moments ago about having to watch this thing when I didn't even know that they had redubbed it? And here I am sitting here with Footnam saying, because you chumps wouldn't fucking do it.
no, you
had
didn't
to
have the
watch
balls to check it out to see if it sounds like
over here.
ass.
He's like, I haven't watched the whole thing.
Hey, I know that it sounds like ass. I'm just saying that it. I don't know if they're saying that like, yeah.
I
so
at least know the line "You got mail" is still in it though. Got jump.
No, I don't know if that's in the new dub, Reese. Anyway, shut your faces. I'm saying I don't know if this is alluding to there's tampering. So I don't know. Maybe it is worth reading, but I don't know if we should do it like next podcast because this isn't like timely, right?
Old man says at least Samus is playing the correct console with Super Metroid. TV shows and movies used to always get the details wrong. Oh. And he's jealous of Maison Ikoku. Aren't we all? Damn it, Zip. All right. Now we're an hour in. Let's speed read 4 articles. So Trump has slapped 100% tariffs on foreign-made Hollywood films in a push to bring the film industry back home. Now, I want to point out a couple things here. This article's headline says Trump slaps 100% tariffs on foreign-made Hollywood films. I think that's not entirely accurate, although that is probably what this article is going to focus on, just so we're clear. I believe foreign made films in general are going to be tariffed 100%, which means they're going to double in price. Now, here's the thing. This is going to be the biggest slap to Hollywood's face because everyone here would still pay double to watch good-ass anime over woke trash, right?
Mhm.
Now, I do want to
Yes.
address that. I told you guys this before. I worked in the VFX industry for many years. The year that I graduated from college with my degree in animation, everybody that I knew either went to work for a stereo compositing company locally or they moved to Canada because all of the tax incentives were in Canada at the time. When they filmed Lord of the Rings and The Last Samurai, they did it in New Zealand because there were tax incentives that made it beneficial to do it there. Although, crazily, when they filmed Lord of the Rings, they actually had to pay their employees differently because, for example, and this is a problem a lot of people get wrong. You'll see one of my comments on Lindsay Ellis's expose on the poor New Zealand actors who got shafted when they filmed Lord of the Rings. American team, the American team working on Lord of the Rings, they had to pay taxes in New Zealand and the United States on their income. So it's a little tricky, but the accountants basically figure out, and I mean, part of Lord of the Rings is, this is kind of a bad example. Lord of the Rings sort of set the trend, really, right? In going to New Zealand, hiring local saved them a ton of money, and it was part of the incentivization, right? There's actually a shit ton of actors in the movie that are from New Zealand, especially the orcs and whatnot, because they're all, extras anyway. Yeah, they're all in armor and stuff. But and then of course they hired Weta Digital and everything. So anyway, the point is that because of tax incentives, like just picture this for a minute. If you're the country of New Zealand, imagine the amount of income it produces for your local economy for a huge Hollywood production to come to New Zealand, film in your country for an entire year, right? Maybe more, depending on each. My dad was there for a full year, but it might have been longer for every part of the pipeline kind of thing. When you add them all up, kind of stuff. That you're going to have people living in your country, spending money in your country. You're going to have teams that get hired to work from people in your country. They're going to get paid by money from the US, and that's going to now circulate into the economy of New Zealand. Overall, tourism, the value that tourism brings in is that money from outside your country enters into the pool of money inside your country, right? And there's more money being spent and more wealth to go around within your country, right? So the problem with this is that because there are so many incentives like this, they bring all of the wealth out of the United States and spend it and keep it outside of the United States. Now, granted, the purpose of doing this is that you're going to save money on producing the film, which allows you to do bigger, better films, which allows those films to do bigger, better numbers globally, right? And ultimately, the trade-off is probably still better on the back end for the United States. But what Trump is sort of doing here is he's re-incentivizing that local economies in the U.S. get bolstered and not just California, where Hollywood and all them are kind of located, right? So this is kind of an interesting approach he's taking. Now, again, we're going to start here with that Park Places approach. Then we're going to turn that into how does this affect anime? And then we're going to go even further into how does that affect collecting anime? In a surprise announcement Sunday night, President Donald Trump revealed a sweeping new policy, 100% tariffs on all movies produced outside the United States. These Hollywood tariffs are part of his broader plan to revive American film production, which he says has been steadily drained by international competition and foreign incentives. Quote, "We want movies made in America again," Trump declared on his Truth Social account, adding that he authorized the Department of Commerce and the United States Trade Representative to begin enforcing the Hollywood tariffs immediately. The new policy caught Hollywood's top studio executives off guard. Many reportedly had no prior knowledge of the initiative and are still trying to understand how the tariff will be applied. For years, major studios have filmed projects like projects in countries like Canada, the United Kingdom, New Zealand, Australia, Hungary, and the Czech Republic, where governments offer financial perks to attract filmmakers. So I'm dead serious. They will literally go to the UK and film in the UK and CGI the backdrop to look like New York City, because that is actually cheaper than filming in New York City. They do that mostly in Canada. I should have said the UK, but just because in Canada you guys still drive on the right side of the road, right?
Right.
Right.
Yes.
So they will mostly do it in Canada. They won't do that as often in the United Kingdom. I should have used Canada as the example, but I'm just saying they will legitimately do that. They will film and they will add on the skyline. They will add the Empire State Building and a bunch of other random bullshit.
Couldn't they go literally anywhere and CG it into New York City?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like
sometimes they do like the states for like they'll go to Chicago and they'll do it. They'll film in Chicago, but it'll be set in New York.
Yeah, well, that's the funny thing. That's the funny thing about the live action Akira movie, is that instead of being in Neo Tokyo, they were literally going to set it in Neo New York, and they were going to film it in downtown LA. Right? Like fucking idiots. Yeah. Now, granted, a
lot of the time there are tax incentives to film in Ontario.
For sure there are. It's not just about the tax incentives. It's also about how difficult it is to shut down a New York City street for the fact, for filming and shit. That's definitely a big part of it.
It's funny watching movies and like knowing it's like the Avengers, knowing it's set in New York, and then it's like, oh, I recognize that street.
Fuck,
like,
dude. I cannot watch Dexter without knowing every single shot in fucking Long Beach where I grew up. Like, I mean, I've literally run into the film crew before when I lived there. Like, it's so awkward. Watch like the immersion break when Dokes is running underneath that bridge that I drive over every single day to kill that guy. Like, yeah, that was pretty fucking crazy. Anyway, those incentives.
Doesn't that? No.
What's up?
That's it. Well, I haven't seen the show, but doesn't it immerse you thinking, oh, the killer could be in my neighborhood?
The thing that I find the funniest about it is, like, I'll just give you guys an example. Maybe I'll just bring it up on.
I like what he like. You say Long Beach, California, even though it's supposed to be taking place in Miami.
Hey, but Long Beach and Miami are pretty close in terms of like the sort of aesthetic, in terms of like boats on the water kind of thing. Hey, Reese, what is the season that has the psychiatrist that he starts to see?
Psychiatrist.
Yeah, he starts to see like a therapist.
Was it after Rita?
So it's got to be like season 6, right? I don't think.
You're not talking about Julia Stiles' character, are you?
Yeah, I think I am. No, Julia Stiles is Lumen, right?
Lumen, yeah.
No, I'm talking about. I think it's after that season. Wait, hold on. I think I just found her. I think it's Evelyn Vogel or something like that.
It's been forever since I went through that show.
1 second. Yeah, Vogel. Okay. Dexter.
Because I know that was at the end of season 4.
Okay.
And then Lumen must have been season 5.
This is not okay. Whatever. I'm not going to get the name. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to show you guys where it is. I'm just going to show you guys where it is real quick. This is a good use of our time. Let's see. It's not Anaheim Street. Where's the harbor? Okay, let me go to my parents' house real quick. I'll go from there.
Can you give us the coordinates on stream, please?
Yep. It's coming your way. Hold on. Colorado Lagoon. I think it's this one right here. Yes. I'm going to put the person. Okay. Yep. Okay, here it is. I'm going to show it to you guys now. All right. In season 1 of Dexter, Dokes kills a guy underneath this bridge right here. Okay? Like he literally, the camera's over here. He runs after the guy under the bridge and shoots him. And there's a whole like spiel in the first season about it, right? Literally on this street. A couple, like it's literally not even the full block down.
The apartments you just went past like almost look like Dexter's.
They're not. Those are somewhere else.
They look kind of similar.
Yeah, they do look. Well, they all kind of look like that. You're gonna see a very familiar looking front lawn. Come on, why I froze? Why you freeze me? Let me refresh. Am I still here? Why is this? Okay.
You're still here. You're moving.
Yeah, I can see my mouse moving, but the camera come on. Why you do? The whole window's frozen. Let me.
Clicked too many times.
Yeah, I guess so. Google's like, whoa! You DDoSing me, bro?
Are you speeding down the street right now?
You can't exceed the speed of the Google car. It's totally frozen. I don't even know what to do now. I can't go to the... God damn it.
That sucks.
Hold on. I can't even... Okay. I might have to restart Brave.
Oh, no.
Okay, here it came back. It came back. Holy shit. Where am I now?
It took you to the next town over.
No, literally, wait till I show you. Well, I gotta refresh the window up here. No, I'm back. The buttons to screen share are gone, so I'm gonna refresh real quick. Okay. Not going well. The buttons are still gone. Shit. My screen share button. Oh, wait, I can... Hold on. Reese. What is the shortcut key to screen share? If you mouse over it, it says press Command plus D on the first one. Then I mouse over. I can't see the button, but if I mouse over it, I can see that it does something.
I don't see what you're talking about.
Sweet summer child. At the bottom of the screen, below where we are,
present.
How far to the right do I need to go for it to be the share button? Is it the first button, the second button, the third button?
Well, we got mute, start cam settings, and present.
Okay, so present's got to be the fourth one. Got it. Thank you. Oh, no. The dialogue box didn't pop up. Okay. God damn it. Okay, let me leave the stream. Come back.
So how is everybody else tonight?
Tired because I woke up way earlier than intended. And then we're starting later than intended, so it's like, oh. But oh well. Oh yeah, by the way, I think I might have remembered what that show is. I'm not 100% sure because of the length or whatever, but I remember I was thinking, damn it, I want to watch that show. Then I'm like, wait, I was asked to pick a show. Eminence and Shadow?
Let's do it. I have to quit Brave and restart it. Hold on.
That's 32 episodes.
We can just do season 1 or whatever.
Do you even have Eminence and Shadow?
No, but I can stream it, like whatever. If it's super good, then I will for sure, possibly, maybe buy it on Sentai sale.
I've seen it twice.
Well, clearly, it's gonna be good. I mean,
I
my
like-
brothers told me about for like years before
It's
even
really good. It is
released.
really good.
Yeah,
I own.
he
I
said
watched
that it
it
was
as it
like
aired and I own it.
he said it was about to get like in the manga. He was like, "Oh, the newest thing." It's like, "Oh, I thought they were about to like screw everything up and like, take it in a bad direction." But then it like just memed itself out of whatever that thing was, and I was like, "Oh,
That's basically like. I mean, it's basically the main character makes up the dumbest.
I know what it is,
dumbest
Reese.
thing.
Please don't say a word or I will kill you." I am actually preventing you from getting spoilers with that description.
I don't think you're gonna spoil me for that.
What? Well, no, I don't want you to. We want to go in as raw as possible. Don't even tell them what it's like. Okay?
Raw and
Yeah.
hard.
Well,
Okay.
let's just
I
raw
stepped
dog.
away for a hot minute. What the hell happened to AC?
I don't know. He tried
technical
to
issues.
dox himself, but it didn't work out. The dox
Good.
got him.
Okay, sorry about that. Let me try this again. That's much better. Way more responsive. I think it's this one, but I'm afraid now. I just got to find out which window it is real quick.
Which bitch?
Because I can't. I've got 30 goddamn windows for Brave, and I don't know which one is. Oh, wait, there it is. Okay. Cancel. Share. Oh, no. That's old doc. That's not it. I have 2 Google Maps windows up. Great. Found it. Okay, cool. So let me show you where in all that clicking mayhem, this is where I ended up. Anyway,
I recognize that alleyway.
I don't.
I'm sure plenty of people are murdered there.
Can I go back to? God damn it! How do you get out of this? Do I click this
Click
button?
on the map.
I did.
I'm
Oh,
in this
okay. Well, I'm back.
bitch.
I'm back where I need to be.
Can't get
Okay, you
out.
guys recognize this. We just passed the orange house. Okay. I'm almost there. Holy fuck. I think it's this one. No, we're almost there. I swear to God, if they change it, it might be this one. I don't think it is. It's too big. This was definitely worth doing. Is it this one?
The sunk cost fallacy is
Mhm.
too deep.
It's this one.
Hmm.
This is the house of the therapist that he sees in that one season. And if it's not this one, I swear to God, it's one of these. I know for a fact because I walked past it while I was watching that season. And the point is, dear Lord, that if we go back to not Street View, how do I fucking... There we go. The point is, this is the bridge, and the fucking house is like right here. Is the point? Okay, that's how tightly close together their choice of like different locations. The place where I ran into them filming, I think, was like right here one year. Anyway, unimportant. Let's get back to the fucking Tariffs. Dear God, what happened to me?
Rip time.
That was, yeah, great. Okay, anyway, we're going to pretend like that didn't happen. Okay. So, for years, major studios have filmed projects in countries like Canada, the United Kingdom, New Zealand, Australia, Hungary, and the Czech Republic, where governments offer financial perks to attract filmmakers. Those incentives, ranging from rebates to production grants, often offset a significant portion of a film's budget. Now, those savings may be erased. According to insiders, Disney's upcoming tentpole, Avengers Doomsday, and Secret Wars may be directly affected. Pretty sure this puts an immediate block on production of Avengers, Doomsday, and Secret Wars. Disney has budgeted for the UK government paying 25% of the $1 billion cost. This is more than wiped out by the tariff. So production has to shift to the US where there is no 25% reimbursement. A post from a movie where did we just read it? We're gonna skip on it. Hollywood and many other areas within the USA are being devastated, Trump wrote. This is a concerted effort by other nations, and therefore a national security threat. Those magic words the president gets to use. The comments ignited a firestorm across the entertainment industry. Stocks for top studios and streamers tumbled on Monday morning as investors reacted to the news. Netflix shares dropped approximately 4%, Warner Brothers Discovery fell more than 3%, and Disney and Paramount each slid over 2%. Even Comcast-owned Universal saw a dip of around 1%. Industry analysts wrote that while the bulk of the movie may be shot abroad, post-production is often handled in the U.S. This raises questions about how the tariff will be calculated. Would only the filming portion be taxed? Or would the entire production be subject to the Hollywood tariffs if any part of it occurs overseas? I think any part of it. Like, the idea is that the cost is going to be on the sale of the product, is it not? Meaning that when you sell the product, you're effectively, it's not exactly this, obviously, but you're effectively going to be taxed the value of the ticket, right? So you need to charge double, because for every dollar you take in, 50% of it effectively is going straight to Uncle Sam, right? Is that not how that works, Randy?
I would expect it would be on the ticket sale, yeah.
Right. The Motion Picture Association has not yet issued a formal response. Several producers and industry figures, speaking off the record, expressed concern that the plan could backfire. Producer Randy Greenberg voiced his skepticism publicly on LinkedIn. Quote, putting a tariff on movies shot outside the U.S. will increase the cost of shooting, and the studios will lobby the exhibitors to raise ticket prices, and then the audience will skip the theater, and then, well, you see where this is going. Yes, fucking idiots. I cannot believe how many people raise the fact that it's going to be passed on to the consumer as the problem and not realizing that is the solution. Literally, the entire point of doing this is so that the consumer who chooses where to spend their money will be incentivized to spend their money on American-made products. Fucking idiots. That's the entire point. Therefore, what ends up happening is it becomes more lucrative for the business to make their products in America so that they don't have to have their customers pay more. That's the fucking point.
It's so funny to me how it's like America bad because, they're doing the tariff thing. And then it's like, well, because of that, we're going to say, only buy Canadian goods and all this stuff. And it's like, but that's what the U.S. is incentivizing themselves.
See, and that's the beautiful thing about this, is that like people are worried, especially in the anime fandom. They're like, it's going to make anime cost more money. Anime's not going to be doing as well. Studios are going to suffer. Like, this is the goddamn greatest thing that could ever happen to anime, because all of a sudden, the U.S. market is no longer going to be factored into what they put into the show. If the U.S. market, the largest consumer on the planet, by the way, factor that for a second. There's like 350 million people in the U.S. We consume more than China with 1 billion people. Okay?
Wow.
The second highest consumer has more than 3 times the population of the US. So the point here is that if you can no longer cater to the biggest consumer because they aren't buying your product in as large of a number because the prices are going up due to tariffs. What happens to anime? They start focusing on their original largest consumer, Japan. And then all of a sudden, anime stops being censored. Anime stops catering to Western values. Anime stops getting focused on too much on diversity and nonsense that doesn't actually bring in customers. They go back to the roots. They do the things that made them great to begin with, that made everybody want to consume it. And we get rid of the fucking normies. Like, every which way, I see this as a net benefit. I pay more, big fucking deal. I get a superior product out of it. I'm cool with that.
That's the other thing, is that people say, oh, buy local. And it's like, okay, but they cost more and stuff. And then they're like, yeah, that's fine. And it's still true to this point. It's like, okay, so why is it so bad when... Well, I'm not going to say, why is it so bad when the U.S. does it? Because it's like, well, there's the implications of tariffs and like, oh my God, our economy's upended or whatever the crap. But
So it says here, the announcement also raised eyebrows given the lack of coordination with key industry insiders and questions surrounding enforcement. Would streaming titles count? What about independent films distributed in the U.S. but shot on location in Europe or Asia? So this is the only place where I see a potential where Trump may want to enact a caveat. And that is, if you're filming a movie that's about ancient Egypt, it makes sense to me to do at least a portion of the filming in fucking Egypt, right? Now, I watched, when I went to Book Off, I bought one thing other than the mustard, and it was the movie Jumper. Great fucking movie. We should have done it as a watch party. I'm sorry. But I was shocked to find out how much of that movie was not shot on location, considering how many locations are in that fucking film. And the part where they jump the
where they jump? What?
They jump the double-decker bus into Egypt. The special features show that they fucking flipped that bus for real. That shit was not CGI. And I was like, are you fucking serious? That guy filmed Borne Identity, and they're like, give him whatever he wants. He prints money. And he's like, yeah, so I'm gonna need to flip a London double-decker big red bus.
Wow.
And they're like, you got it, man.
You son of a bitch. We're gonna have Darth Vader in this movie.
Oh shit. Okay. Anyway, so the announcement also raised eyebrows. I read that. What about independent films? We read that. Okay, cool. The move follows Trump's earlier appointment of 3 Hollywood veterans, Jon Voight, Mel Gibson, and Sylvester Stallone, as his special ambassadors to the industry. Where was Clint Eastwood? Huh? In January, Trump said the trio would help usher in a new era of American filmmaking. Since then, the ambassadors have kept a low profile. The timing of the new tariff is notable. Film LA, the organization that monitors on-location production in Los Angeles, recently reported a 22.4% decline in filming days during the first quarter of 2025 compared to the same period last year. Hollywood has struggled to regain its footing after a cascade of challenges, including lockdown-era shutdowns, labor disputes, and overspending by legacy media companies to try to keep up with the streaming boom. Some insiders see the tariffs as a blunt instrument aimed at forcing the industry's hand, without the ability to offset costs through international incentives. Productions may have no choice but to return stateside, but others fear the unintended consequences, higher production costs, disrupted release schedules, and further strain on global distribution networks. Another looming question: will other nations retaliate? International box office returns are often essential to a film's financial success. If markets in Europe or Asia respond by limiting access to American films or by enacting their own policies in return, the ripple effect could be significant. Here's where you don't get it. If other countries, China, yada, 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 whatever, don't want our movies, which is happening. China has said no American films, right? That's like I don't think we really talked about it in detail, but Xi Jinping has basically outlawed American films in China as of right now, or as of this year, right? What that does is it forces the companies to recalibrate, right? And so they now have to cater to the biggest market being the US, right? Now, granted, the wokeness in movies was heavily dependent on them seeing the US market and believing, because of who was president and because of the perceived support behind, with the astroturfing campaigns and whatnot, what was popular in America. Transgenderism, all sorts of, like, you name it, right? Any number of DEI bullshit, right? And so now that Trump won in a landslide, that there's a memorandum on the political action he's taking, companies, to cater to that plurality of voters, need to reconfigure how they're approaching things. And when they don't, this is where get woke, go broke results in them going broke, right? And without USAID, without all of these other things that were propping up these woke institutions, all of a sudden they're actually going to be allowed to fail. Like, long term, yes, there are going to be some casualties here, but coming out the other side, this is absolutely the best thing to happen to entertainment in my lifetime, hands down, right? Now let's catch up on chat real quick. I haven't read. Oh, what have I done? Tenchi Muyo Ultimate Edition Pioneer release is from 1999. It's a fun addition to any collection, but I don't think it's worth the $100 you're asking for it online. Are you talking about the
8-disc?
Yeah, like the one that has Ryoko pulling the mask down, right?
No.
No?
I think... Oh, wait. Ultimate Edition. Okay, maybe he is talking about...
I think
It might be.
He's talking about
I have
the
that.
original Pioneer release of the OVAs. There's two versions of it. One of them is thick and one of them is a lot thinner. And it has a picture of Ryoko pulling down a mask, taking off.
I can grab that if
Yeah.
you want. I've got it. You just kind of give me a minute.
Sure.
For some reason, I read Ultimate as a universe earlier. So that's why I was like, oh.
So JT Vega points out Power Rangers is filmed in New Zealand. Is that where the quarry is located?
No, the first season was filmed in Los Angeles, but the newer seasons,
Yeah,
I think
half of them
well, the
have
movie-
like accents now.
yeah, the movie was filmed in New Zealand, the first movie,
Mhm.
and then I don't know at what point, but at some point the seasons were also
Okay, so
filmed
part
there.
of the reason why they film in New Zealand is because there's so much untouched land that looks exotic in terms of like oh, there's a fucking jungle here, which I think in the first Power Rangers movie they had like a whole jungle theme,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So there's a ton of shit like that in New Zealand. It's a very great untapped area where there isn't development all over the place that makes it hard to film in a location that's supposed to look like it's in the middle.
To be
of
honest,
nowhere.
though, I think that for the first movie, I think they chose the fact that they go to the jungle because they were
Because
we're
they're
in
there?
New Zealand.
Yeah. And so the other reason that New Zealand sort of started as the go-to place is because at the time when they were filming Lord of the Rings, and perhaps even still today, the New Zealand dollar is worth half a US dollar. So for every dollar you brought over to New Zealand, the purchasing power was basically doubled. Because even though it's like, in some places it's like, okay, the value is worth less, therefore you have to spend twice as much of the other currency. But for New Zealand, it's like a loaf of bread in the US is $5, and in New Zealand it's $5 New Zealand dollars. But when you go to New Zealand with $5, you can now buy 2 loaves of bread, right? So to speak. So let's see what we got here.
Is it
Yep.
this?
Taking off the mask, I have a perfect memory.
Sorry, the glare is.
Yeah, you
There we go.
That's exactly the one I was thinking of. I think that's it, the Ultimate Edition, right? From Pioneer.
Yeah, I believe so. I
Mhm.
think this is the right one. Does it say on the like on the box?
I was gonna say, finally we make Seb jealous. I'm like, oh wait, that was Old Man who said that.
Yeah, right. Wait, does old man want it? Like, is he looking for a copy? I'm not gonna sell mine. I'm just curious if he's looking for a copy.
When I bought the Funimation Blu-ray, it came with the loose discs, like 1 and 2 of that for some reason.
Weird. I see that every once in a while at Book Off if anybody needs it. Okay, what else we got here? New York is extremely corrupt. Ernest Scared Stupid was filmed in Nashville, Tennessee. I recognize most of the locations. Here's some little known movie trivia. I worked at the grocery store where they filmed a scene from Ernest Scared Stupid. They offered me a small role as the clerk in that one scene, but I said no. Oh,
damn! You should
I
have
was
gone
working
for it.
2 jobs at the time and just wanted to go home.
What's funny is like the old releases like that. They have the really cool like openers that are just like that. When clearly they were just trying to get into DVD, right? And so they were doing all these weird shit with DVD. And like they had like these long ass intros for like Pioneer and Viz and whatnot, and I just found that like super interesting.
So this is an interesting idea here. JT Vega says it's going to affect Kung Fury 2. Will tariffs affect something being released for free on YouTube?
Is it going to be free on YouTube this time? Can it come to theaters, please?
I mean, if it's free, I wouldn't think so.
Because I wonder, like, if what would you say?
Also, I don't think it would apply to YouTube either. I'm pretty sure this is just theatrical.
Okay, so
and
if
releases.
40% of our hosts are Canadian, does that mean that 40% of our earnings need to get tariffed at 100%?
Well, hold on. If they did, like, I think they did this for the first one. If they did like a Kickstarter and said, you know, back at this rate, you get a Blu-ray, it might affect that.
Yeah. Is anybody watching Hollywood movies anymore? Everything is just streaming content now. They don't care if it's bad or good as long as it's content. Yeah, and they'll even change the content as we'll look at later tonight. Even Red Letter Media complains about the movie theaters now, and they love movies. Yeah, I saw that. Good stuff. Canadian European markets, no need. They can film Egypt scenes in Vegas. True. It's the one with the clear plastic slipcase. Yep, the one we're talking about. Yep. No, I still have my copy. It was rare for years. Okay. All right. So let's go back to this. So some insiders see the tariffs as a blunt instrument aimed at forcing the industry's hand. Without the ability to offset costs through international incentives, productions may have no choice but to return stateside. So again, the best possible thing that this could do is create a world in which all of a sudden we don't need to spend $1 billion to make a movie anymore.
Yeah.
What if
they're just wasting too much money?
What if we returned to letting people make movies for almost no money? Napoleon Dynamite comes to mind, and making a fucking bank off of it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, how about we just lower the barrier to entry and let more content get into theaters and into streaming and all these other places where you can let the merit of the work, rather than the budget behind it, value it.
Yeah.
Honestly, for theaters, I think that there is a benefit to gatekeeping. Because if you, like, well, I mean, there's a natural gatekeeping in the fact that, like, there's only so many screens that are going to be able to show stuff, right? So, like, at a certain point, you're just going to get priced out.
So I agree with you in the sense that I have had the gross misfortune of scrolling through too many movies on Amazon Prime and finding that literally movies that looked like they started out as a porno and then the girls backed out of the sex scenes, but they kept filming because they're that fucking awful, are on there. Sharks of the Corn, it comes to mind. A horror movie of a shark in a cornfield that is goddamn awful, and the acting is even worse than porn. But yeah, I understand. I wouldn't want that to show up in theaters and for me to accidentally pay to go see that. But the idea is that you don't go to the theaters necessarily to see something unless you've already heard about it and heard that it's, worth seeing.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
there's times where you'll see a trailer or something and it'll look really,
Well, I mean,
really
there
good.
were times when I was growing up because my family went to the movies every weekend where we would show up and just see, what do you guys want to see? Look at the posters that are hanging out, right? And granted, I did start Sharks of the Corn because of the title and the poster, because Amazon is fucking on it with making.
Was it originally called Sharks of the Porn? Is that what
I imagine? But yeah, it's I
Did
get
your
where you're coming
theaters
from.
used to have the big like thing outside in the parking lot with all the titles to the movies and the show times?
Yeah, like the red letters in the lights.
No, for us it wasn't red letters. It was like, you know, those.
Oh, like the white, like the church, like
yeah.
Yeah. Our movies 12 had that.
Yeah,
and they just did
we
away
would
with it.
we would see them occasionally up there on this big giant sign in front of the mall.
It's funny that you
up
bring
there
that up.
changing each letter.
Yeah, because when I was growing up, there were a couple different theaters around my house. On PCH, there's a place where we had like a United Artists on one side and an AMC on the other, or something like that. And when I was a kid, I went to see Punisher with my dad. And after the movie was over, we got in the car and drove across the street and saw Kill Bill, right? At the other theater. And they had like the two different setups. For one of them was like they would type the letters in and it would be in the red like thing. And the other one is the put it up. And we had just seen Kill Bill was written on the sign on our way in to turn into the other one. So we just went across the street and saw it there. Anyway, so another looming question is, will other nations retaliate? International box office returns are often essential to a film's financial success. If markets in Europe or Asia respond by limiting access to American films or by enacting their own policies in return, the ripple effect could be significant. For now, Hollywood finds itself once again in uncharted territory. While Trump's goal is clear, restoring America's dominance in global filmmaking, the road ahead promises more questions than answers. One thing is certain, with a single Truth Social post, Trump has shaken an industry already grappling with transformation. Whether this move ignites a Hollywood revival or sparks an industry standoff remains to be seen. All right, let's take a look at this next one here.
What are they going to do?
Trump seeks 100% tariffs on
like
all movies produced outside the U.S. This is from Anime News Network, right? So we're going to see a little bit more on the more anime, how this will affect anime. Then we've got some more on this, so just bear with me here. U.S. President Donald Trump announced on his social media site Truth Social on Sunday that he is authorizing the Department of Commerce and U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer to start the process of imposing 100% tariffs. This is the post we already read. It remains unclear which anime would be affected by these proposed import taxes. Many modern anime productions are co-produced and financed by both Japanese companies and companies from other countries, while anime productions are still mostly staffed by Japanese staff members or people otherwise residing in Japan. Some anime productions or individual episodes have been subcontracted to Chinese or South Korean studios, or have hired animators in the United States, among other countries, and other staff members outside of Japan. The exact implementation of this tariff also remains unclear. In March 2024, the 13th Ministerial Conference of the World Trade Organization extended a moratorium on tariffs on electronic transmissions, digital goods, until the next conference, or May 31st, 2026, whichever is earlier. Trump announced a baseline tariff of 10% on global imports to the United States that would start on April 5th. He also announced self-described reciprocal tariffs would start against many countries on April 9th. Vietnam and Cambodia would receive some of the highest additional tariff rates at 46% and 49% respectively, while Japan and China would receive 24% and 34% respectively. The president then suspended tariffs for almost all countries except China, which he continued raising to an effective 145%, including tariffs levied prior to the current administration over a number of days, with China responding with an escalation of its own tariffs to the United States that so far has reached 125%. Okay, so get this. You're fucking Disney. You're filming your shit in China, right? Like Mulan 2 or some shit. Then it costs you double to film to begin with as you bring it back to sell it in the States. And then when that movie goes to China, it gets tariffed again. By
Or
China.
just
That's fucking
declined.
great.
Tariff does.
Yeah,
I love this
you know,
response
China
from China.
just
That's
banned all.
hilarious.
I thought China just
The White
banned
House
all Hollywood
posted
stuff.
a list of products exempted from the additional tariffs
he
after
not
the April
hear
2nd
us?
announcement. That list includes printed books, brochures, leaflets, and similar printed matter, which indicates books such as manga and other comic books physically printed in Asia would be exempted from the additional tariffs. See, but that's the thing, is that we don't buy manga printed in Japan. We buy manga made in Japan and printed in the US, right? By our printers. Books such as the U.S. administration has since clarified other goods would be excluded from the tariffs, including steel and aluminum products, cars and car products, certain critical resources, smartphones, computers, and various electronic parts, among others. The new U.S. tariffs would also affect toys, figures, and other merchandise produced in China, Vietnam, Japan, and elsewhere in Asia. The U.S. administration noted that it can raise tariffs further or lower them, depending on how countries respond. The current situation on the U.S.'s new protectionist tariff policy is extremely fluid and volatile, and has seen changes and clarifications almost every day. White House spokesperson Kush Desai told The Hollywood Reporter on Monday after Trump's post, quote, although no final decision on foreign film tariffs have been made, the administration is exploring all options to deliver on President Trump's directive to safeguard our country's national and economic security while making Hollywood great again. So one thing that they could do, which is what Canada did when we were growing up, that allowed the Ocean Group to gain prominence, is they could make it so that in order to release something in the United States, like a film, you would have to hire X% of your staff would need to be American, right? That would be an option that they could pursue. And then that way, every film getting made in Timbuktu, wherever, right, is going to employ like VFX houses and whatnot from the United States, which has the siphoning effect of making the money from other countries come back to the United States, which is sort of what was happening that I discussed earlier when it came to things like New Zealand drawing a bunch of money from our government in the United States over there when it came to filming movies like Last Samurai, Power Rangers, Lord of the Rings, and that sort of thing. All right, let's see this one. So this is a Hey Answer Man segment that came out on May 9th.
No, you
We're
can't.
going to look at another one in a minute that came out
Okay.
February 17th, but it's specific.
We're taking over. We're taking over. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can you hear Random 11? Or
I
me,
hear
for
nothing.
that matter?
Yeah, this is a problem.
Why do I hear nothing? Can you guys hear Randy?
Yes.
If you can hear Randy,
hear
take
us?
me out of the call.
Busy draft series.
Yeah, I can hear Randy. So,
Can the audience hear us? Like, what do they hear?
is he having
Yeah,
problems again?
It's just him.
How? That's twice.
Oh,
Do you hear us now?
Is it Mother's Day tax?
Can you hear us? Hello.
did my mic cut out at some point?
No.
No.
I
No.
can still hear you.
Your ears cut out at some point, apparently.
But my audio output got switched to a codec instead of my headphones. That's gonna be fun.
Weird.
I can't listen to this.
It sounds fine. It on our end, it didn't sound any different. It's
Yeah,
just
I'm
you
just
stopped
saying that
being able
for
to hear us.
some reason my audio output went from headphones to some random audio codec in the list. So I
Yeah.
couldn't hear you guys anymore out of nowhere.
It only
I
affected
fucking
like,
hate this podcast.
it only affected like two things. We clued in that you couldn't hear us.
That's good. Thank God one of you was using a VTuber thing so I could read your lips.
Well, I figured if I wasn't on the VTuber thing, we would have just done the scrolling banner. Bitch, you hear us. Like,
so we're gonna look at how this will affect anime in a little bit more detail, and then we're gonna look at this older article that's about how it's going to affect home video and collectible prices, right? So, reading quickly. Readers ask, many people are asking how Donald Trump's announcement that America will impose 100% tariff on movies produced in foreign lands and how that will affect anime. Let's get straight into the point. Let's get straight into it and break this down. First off, what has happened? Here's a quick timeline. Truth Social thing we already read about, skipping that. According to Reuters, U.S. President Donald Trump on Sunday announced 100% tariff on movies produced outside of the country, saying that the American movie industry was dying a very fast death, hell yeah, due to the incentives that other countries were offering to lure filmmakers. Hard disagree. That's not why. I think America is suffering from that in the sense that we could be benefiting by not creating a de-incentivization of taxing the shit out of these things. But the real reason it's dying isn't because of that. It's because of the wokeness, right? The article goes on to report that the president wrote, quote, "This is a concerted effort by other nations and therefore a national security threat. It is, in addition to everything else, messaging and propaganda." So somewhat I agree, because they will censor things or change them for audiences such as China in order to be able to release them, such as the movie Red Dawn, the remake, originally was a conflict with China, but the studio literally made them go in to every single shot and CG out all of the flags and all of the pins and things and patches that represented China and replace them with North Korea, right?
They also Top Gun, the sequel to Top Gun, they also changed the enemy.
The Taiwanese flag, I think, got removed from one of the jackets.
There was a jacket, and the enemy just became like an amorphous enemy. They didn't ever say who it was.
Yeah.
I was gonna say though, in terms of wokeness, like you brought up earlier about how Japan will now have to focus their efforts more so on Japanese audiences. Although, I mean, realistically, they'll probably focus on more broad global and just exclude the U.S. as opposed to focusing more on Japan. But anyway,
well, I think that behind the U.S., Japan is the second. Well, let me phrase that. Japan has always been the biggest market for anime. It makes more money in Japan than anywhere else. The U.S., combined with every other foreign nation, just surpassed Japan as the highest grossing market for anime and manga and whatnot, right? Without the U.S., the world's largest consumer, it won't even be close. Japan will then overtake by a large margin the biggest consumer of anime and manga, right? And so I see it. I look at it as a potentially good thing that if that is the case, they will correct course over time to that end, right?
Sure. So yeah, but to bring it back to what I was going to say is similarly, we may see an aversion, like we're already seeing an aversion to wokeness. Like it's finally hitting their pocketbook. It's like, okay, we can't take it anymore. We can't have like $50 or $500 million budget movies tank and make like $50 million at the box office. But if they now have to film it outside of America and then pay more to bring it back, or just pay more to film it in America, that would make the margins even more like concerning for them if they do fail. So they'll want to make sure that those movies are actually going to make money.
Mm.
Now, it may have an effect on creativity because they're
Mhm.
probably going to just double down on like, wow, this makes money. But I mean, they always do
Absolutely.
that.
Yeah.
Um,
So the way I see it, there's going to be stages to the effects that come from the tariffs. First stage is consumer is going to feel the burn. Second stage is consumer modifies their decisions. Third stage is that companies shift to where that modification is, right? And that's the stage that Trump is trying to get to, right? And so what's going to happen there is that, for example, there are VFX houses that we use. It's been too long since I've been in the industry to know I'm pretty sure MPC just went out of business. Ton of these studios, they had a Montreal-based studio. They have like a studio in Europe, So if the work in those studios gets brought back and is handled by the US branch, that's an example of modifying in a minor way to ensure that you don't hit that 100% tariff, right? And those little things will start to add up to big things over time. And I think that's where things are going to end up going in that front. And I also think that there is going to be a studio sort of shuffle where, like I said, A24 Pictures, for example, is probably going to start to gain a little bit more prominence because studios like Disney are going to continue to shoot themselves in the foot over trying to pivot on things where they used to make absolute dog shit that they still made money on because when it went overseas to China and whatnot, or when they spent far less money on it to film it in another country, they were able to still get away with it and scrape by, right? When all of a sudden those incentives are gone in terms of filming outside, and then also the incentive is gone in terms of at least China's going to help us make up our back end, right? That dramatically shifts the approach they're going to have to take. And I think that a lot of companies are going to struggle and suffer and reconsolidate and sell off IP and stuff. And ultimately, it's going to do wonders for this stagnating industry because it's going to force innovation, right? And the alternative is that brands are going to die, right? And I can't think of any brand that will die that you're going to miss, because most of the brands that are going to die are going to be the ones like Star Wars that are already they're already dead. They just haven't realized it yet. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that's going to definitely suffer, or that'll be the first thing to get sold. And then somebody else is going to produce something with it and it's going to be fucking great, So I think it's just going to be a matter of time, right? Before we start to see some massive shift in this stuff. DEI is homegrown, and no matter what we say, we get ignored and sometimes banned. Woke exists in English. Yes, I totally agree. But I think that now, with the thing propping up the wokeism, is now no longer going to be there, right? USAID, all of these different, rat lines for smuggling money back to these woke institutions are no longer going to be covering the asses of the people. And they're basically being put back onto a level playing field where they have to compete in the market. And it doesn't matter, especially, again, I can't even begin to tell you. Like, my wife always jokes because she grew up in a household with a first-generation Italian who would watch Italian TV all day, right? And the Italians, for example, they will play the most inappropriate American music in their TV shows because they don't have any fucking idea what the lyrics are actually saying. So, like, they'll play like a game show. And the people coming out for, like, announcing the show start coming out, and the song playing is "She Bangs" by Ricky Martin or something. You know what I mean? Just fucking nuts shit that they would do. And I think that there's a lot of that where, like, it doesn't matter how woke or bullshit something is. If it's a big blockbuster Hollywood movie, my father-in-law will watch the shit out of it. Right? He's not even understanding the woke messaging, right? First generation Italian, doesn't speak English like perfectly, right? And so he'll watch fucking anything. The Chinese are the same way for the most part. Yeah, there are going to be some that are like super racist, and that's why they got to make the Star Wars character Finn smaller and shit on the poster. But for the most part, it doesn't matter how terrible your film is. If it has big explosions and looks like an action sequence is going to be in it, people will pay to go see it because the alternative that they get isn't much. And although Chinese films are definitely improving in quality, right? But the point is that there's still that like sense of exotic, the exotic nature of the foreign film that people still very much like, especially with Hollywood, right? It's kind of like the same feeling that we have with anime, other cultures have with Hollywood. Right. Anyway, so manga is kind of misleading if they never get translated. I don't know what you mean. The article goes on to report that the president wrote the concerted effort by the nation and therefore a national security threat. Blah blah. It is important to highlight the whole quote because the president is citing a national security threat. And it is necessary for him to use his executive powers to order emergency tariff measures without passing new legislation, which requires passing a new bill through Congress. This is important, and we will circle back to it later. This is important, and it's what fucking every president does to circumvent this rule. Let's not act like it's anything new. The good news is that less than 24 hours later, the Hollywood Reporter reported that the White House has issued a clarifying statement that no final decision on foreign film tariffs have been made. See, but I think this is different. Foreign films versus Hollywood films made outside the U.S. This is a rapidly developing story. Normally we don't bother to cover the tariffs because of how rapidly they develop. There's a rapidly develop. In fact, they're probably changing as we speak. And as such, a lot of what we learned on Sunday evening has changed as of Wednesday morning. The president's Truth Social post happened after he had met with his Hollywood ambassador, actor, and father of Angelina Jolie. Why is that in there? Jon Voight, who is the author of a 7-point plan he has called the Make Hollywood Great Again proposal. Section 3 of the document covers tariffs designed to disincentivize American productions from filming overseas to benefit from foreign tax incentives. Voight proposes that these filmmakers who will be punished with a 120% tariff that will be placed on the production equal to 120% of the value of the foreign incentive received. So I guess what they're saying is, because like, for example, in some places, let's just use New Zealand as an example. I'm not saying that this is how they handle it, but just as an example, New Zealand might say, if you film your movie in New Zealand, and you hire, like just naturally you're not going to fly over the entire crew that you would normally use to make a movie in America. Instead, you're going to hire people in New Zealand. So that's going to be a net benefit for New Zealand. So we're not going to tax you at all on the value of your profit, right? And so if that's 100% of the incentive, right? 100% of your profit is kept as far as our taxes are, then 120% of that is going to be what you'll have to pay in the US if you were to still use that, right? And so that completely switches that into the negative. All of a sudden it costs you money to make the movie rather than saves you money, right? Needless to say, this will cripple most of those big offshored studio productions, but the document does not mention 100% tariff on foreign-made film. There is nothing in Voight's plan that involves imposing a flat tariff on French art house movies, K-dramas, or anime. The tariffs appear to be designed solely to punish American productions that move abroad, not local distributors who import foreign film and television content. See, the one place that I see this really negatively affecting is the live action One Piece show, right? Because they filmed that in South Africa. And so after season 2 wraps, I feel like they'll probably put a pin in it for a while, which honestly might be a good thing because the fucking time skip, right?
I'm kind
They're
of
not.
I was gonna say the Harry Potter series.
Say what about the Harry Potter series?
Aren't they gonna be filming that all like that? Since that takes place technically in Scotland, right? You think?
Oh, the
they're gonna-
HBO Harry Potter series? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, but
They're
I'm just
not
saying,
getting to the time skip in One Piece yet.
but wouldn't they
That'd be a
after
lot
season
of
2?
ground to cover.
No.
No? Okay, still a ways off. Because I know
Yeah.
I haven't been bothering you guys with it because I know it gets tiring. But I've been seeing some posts where they're talking about the filming of season 3, right? And how they're putting a break on hold on something. But it basically means that season 3 is greenlit, is the bottom line here.
They were built for One Piece.
Mhm.
Yeah, they were doing season 2 and 3 basically supposedly
back,
back
right?
to back.
Yeah.
So that because season 2 will end essentially on a cliffhanger, and they've already cast a number of roles that are predominantly going to be season 3 characters. So I feel like it'll be season 2 this year, and then season 3 probably next year, or like probably even they might
6
not even
months
wait
later.
till summer. Yeah,
Yeah.
it might be relatively quick. And then honestly, I think the show's done. I don't see.
Yeah,
it
I
making
don't
a
see them
season
getting
4.
to the time skip. I agree with random. I mean, maybe after what you think random like 4 or 5, maybe that's a heavy maybe. Like I don't really see them getting to the time skip at all, honestly.
Well, I mean, based on the I mapped it out one time, and it would take them like, I forget where the time skip was, but I think it was like 10 or 12 seasons to get to the current, to catch up to current.
Damn. They'd already be old enough just by the time they film that they don't already reach that.
The time shift's what, like only 2 years?
Yeah, it's a 2-year time skip, and
It happens like 400, 500 episodes in, though. So
Does it really? Shit, I thought it was
it's like episode 620 or something, 605.
Oh damn!
Maybe.
So I'm only a third of the way to the time skip.
Damn.
So yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it'll be a few seasons based on. Oh, okay. Based on the because they're gonna go to Alabasta in season 3, and honestly, if they wanted to, they could make pretty much all of season 3 Alabasta, depending on how much they wanted to drag it out. After Alabasta, where do they go? They go to Jaya, and then they go to Sky Island.
Skypiea?
And Skypiea, yeah.
Yeah, Skypiea.
It's the same thing, if they can squeeze Skypiea into season 3, that'd be pretty good. But I assume it's just going to be all of season 3 is going to be all of Alabasta, and then
Alabasta is kind of, I don't want to say long, but it's like pretty meaty as far as like content.
So now we're like season 4, season 5 maybe before we start getting to the like Skypiea area, and then what's after Skypiea? Water 7, and then Water 7 and Annie's Lobby. That's a whole season. Then there's Thriller Bark. Long Ring Longland. I'll throw that in Water 7 arc, whatever. Then there's Thriller Bark and Sabayori. So that's season 4, 5, 6, maybe. Then there's the Marineford arc. That's a whole season at least. So now we're at like season 7.
Oh,
ish.
nice.
6, 7. You're muted.
You're muted.
I muted you.
I just want to point out how much of a fucking lobster I'm going to be soon.
Hey, I got sunburned today too.
Nice. So just quick math, like the time skip would be like season 7 or 8.
Damn.
Probably, at least. Just based on the speed that they're going now.
So, question. How far into the series after the timestamp does what's her
Yep.
time skip? Yeah. How far after the time skip does she's trans, you bigots show up? What's her name?
Yamato.
Yamato, yeah.
Oh dear lord, that's like almost current. Like that's
Oh great.
that's not
like,
current.
I
But
think-
that's like
I'm happy
relatively
to hear
recent.
there's practically no way they can.
I think
fuck
it's like
this up.
episode 900.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
good. They're relieved.
There's no way we're getting like
we are
even
gonna be so far beyond being trans is cool by the time they get to that
Yeah.
part, if they even got there.
yeah. And Netflix is like notorious for canceling stuff after 5
Yeah,
seasons.
true.
Like that's an exception to get to 5 seasons, right? So
I mean, where the fuck is Stranger Things?
yeah, really. But
those
Just
kids are gonna be graying by the time that fucking season comes out.
I mean, we're kind of, I don't know if you saw it, but there is some like event happening in June, I think,
Toodum?
with Netflix. Yeah,
Netflix
Toodum.
Toodum? Yeah.
I think it's in June.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the end of May. And
pretty One Piece specific, I feel like, this year.
Well, and Stranger Things, hopefully.
Yeah, I'll
Hopefully.
believe it when I see it. All right. Okay, let's get through this. There's nothing in Voight's plan that involves imposing a flat tariff on French art house films, blah, blah. One could rightly argue that the way to retaliate in kind is to boost tax credit schemes within the United States on top of some of the local state government-sponsored subsidies being offered to filmmakers. As of Wednesday, this does seem to be the potential direction of traffic, and while it is impossible to predict what the final plan will be, make no mistake that a blanket tariff applied to all film and television content produced entirely in foreign lands like Japan, Korea, and China will have an extremely negative impact on anime. In addition to tariffs,
I don't like the idea of the government handing out tax credits to a bunch of people that are just going to make woke slop. Like,
I totally agree.
Tax
You've done that for years, so.
tax money doesn't need to go to that.
In addition to the tariffs, removing the de minimis exemption, which allowed duty-free importation of small packages valued under $800 US from China and Hong Kong into the United States, has sent a shudder through the anime collectibles and hobbyist retail industry. Japanese sellers and domestic importers alike rely on reliable international logistics and tax-exempt thresholds. The craziest thing about tariffs is that, Converse? Converse puts that like layer of felt in the soles of their shoes so that they can be imported and classified as slippers instead of sneakers.
Nice.
Because the tariffs are it literally costs them less money to cut a piece of felt and put it in every fucking shoe than to pay the import tax on the sneaker. Consumers tend to buy less when they don't know if they are liable to pay customs duty on things they buy online. This doesn't just impact American fans.
Just freaking putting them one restuff order a year.
Yeah. When America sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold, and now they're coming for our anime. Fucking entitlement.
What happens when the United States gets AIDS?
You're already dead. You know? We got it from fucking you. Like,
Damn.
all right. We recently discussed the impact tariffs could have on manga imports and anime collectibles, such as figurines manufactured in China and other Asian countries. All right. I think let's switch to this article and then come back if we feel like we need more. Because this is the article they're about to talk about, and it's already quite lengthy. So this one was, and again, this is from a while ago. This is back before the 100% tariffs. So this is when tariffs were actually significantly lower, and they were discussing it on that on those grounds. So, will the recent U.S. tariffs affect home video and collectible prices? You are correct. On February 1st, the new U.S. administration announced its intention to implement a 25% tariff across a wide variety of goods and materials imported from Mexico and Canada. On February 4th, the administration suspended its plan to implement tariffs on Mexico and Canada for 30 days. We won't go into the details on the whys, hows, etc. of the new government tariff strategy here, but if you'd like to get a better understanding of the issue, I don't care about that. I rang around some of my friends working within the North American anime distribution industry to find out what a 25% tariff on goods and materials manufactured in Mexico would have on the price of and availability of Blu-ray, UHD, and DVD. So just so you guys, if you're familiar, on the back of a shit ton of anime you buy, it'll say disc made in Mexico, stamped on the Blu-ray case on the plastic, right? The good news is that there is a consensus that, while unwelcome, the relative cost increases would be manageable and likely to be absorbed by the distributor. It is important also for home video consumers reading this to understand that Blu-ray and UHD pricing does not increase in $1 increments. If the cost of goods did increase on the average Blu-ray or UHD, you would see this reflected in the SRP, the suggested retail price, and that tends to slide up or down in the $5 increments, no doubt. For example, Amazon is offering the brand new free-rent Blu-ray box set that consists of 3 Blu-ray discs and 2 DVD discs for the SRP of $69.98. So, if they decided to implement a price hike, the SRP would be $74.98. Don't worry, the SRP is generally always a guide price, and once you factor in the file discount the retailer receives and their own dynamic pricing, you'll generally be shelling out 60 to 70% of the SRP and up to 50% of the SRP if you find a pre-order bargain. The above example does provide an interesting window into the folly of tariffs in general. No, it doesn't. You're missing the point. The tariff is going to be on the production of the disc. So if your box set contains 3 discs, then the price goes up per disc. Like, that's not that unusual. Even if the powers that be decided to implement them on a handful of specific foreign products or brands, and guess what? This is the wonderful thing about this, idiots. If it becomes cost prohibitive to use the replicating plant in Mexico, build one in the US. Oh my God, I can't believe it. It's unbelievable, right? It would not be fucking hard because seriously, think about it for a second. If Universal and Paramount and Columbia TriStar and every fucking distributor needs to now find a US-based plant, investors will flock to give you the money to build a plant that could produce these things at the capacity necessary to handle all of these clients. They will then pick you because you're the only one, and you are going to be responsible for producing the discs of everything sold in the United States. It's that fucking easy. It's not hard to understand how the tariff will create the effect of it will eventually shift towards the consumers paying less in the long term when shit is now made in the US. It's not fucking hard. So the above example does provide an interesting window of the folly of tariffs in general. Even if the powers that be decided to implement them on a handful of specific foreign products or brands, it can have the unintended consequence of causing price inflation across the board. If all of Crunchyroll, one of the largest distributors, increases Blu-ray products by $5, Reese, how much did they just increase it by the way? God damn it, Reese, you're muted. Why shouldn't all of the other anime distributors...
It's like 10%, like you took off, I think 20% off of the MSRP for the regular price, but now it's only 15% off or something like that.
Yeah,
I have seen some that haven't changed, but I have seen that like Discotheque and Crunchyroll prices have.
So they,
I
wonder.
Airtex prices haven't changed whatsoever.
I wonder if they've only increased them on the products that are still in print. Anyway, the above example does provide an interesting window into. I already read that. God damn it, 15th time. Cope and sneeze. Right. In addition, we often forget that a tariff is a very blunt instrument that is applied to not just finished products and materials, but also the key ingredients that make those products, like plastics, which are derived from oil and paper, which can come from mills and commercial logging suppliers in countless foreign territories. The provenance of the materials that go into your finished made in the USA product all have a bearing on its cost. Let's quickly examine what are the different components of a finished Blu-ray and where they come from. The Blu-ray disc is made in Mexico, 25% tariff. Paper inlay made in the USA, 0% tariff. The O-card USA, 0% tariff. Plastic BD case from China, 25% tariff. Not anymore. Not anymore. Plastic shrink wrap, USA, 0%. It is also worth underlining that the discs and packaging are not the most expensive part of your finished Blu-ray product. The highest cost by far is the content acquisition cost. That's the price the distributor has paid to license the anime series or movie you are purchasing. That accounts for more than 70% of the total cost of good. Thankfully, intellectual property rights are tariff-free. Maybe in February. We'll see. As mentioned above, the threat to tariffs on Mexican exports have receded for the moment. As a result, there is no immediate impact on the cost and supply of packaged physical media to U.S.-based distributors. As a result, none of the major home video distributors have issued official communications to the trade or consumers regarding this issue, which, for the moment, is a non-issue. As such, there is no need for any of them to go on the record for Answer Man at this time, which is understandable. The information I'm sharing with you here is anecdotal industry information and information based on my own experience and understanding of home video manufacturing and distribution. There are 3 North American Blu-ray replicators that I know of, and only one of them, Vantiva, formerly Technicolor, has its replication plant situated in Mexico. The other 2 are CD video manufacturing in Santa Ana, California, and optical media manufacturing in Indianapolis. Other companies claim to have domestic replication services, but they outsource it to one of these 3 major vendors. Vantiva, what's up?
I said they're liars.
Vantiva is best known as a disc manufacturer because they do most of the replication for Studio Distribution Services, a third-party service and logistics provider that handles most of the major studios' home video manufacturing and distribution needs. I think that the only anime company that uses SDS directly is Viz Media. However, it is worthwhile to note that last year, Sony Pictures Home Entertainment signed a long-term deal with them as well. As you know, Crunchyroll is a wholly owned Sony company. I'm not certain whether or not Sony Pictures Home Entertainment distributes Crunchyroll's Blu-rays for them. I recall that Universal Pictures Home Entertainment was the home video distributor for Funimation in the USA and Canada. I believe that it is likely that most of Crunchyroll's Blu-ray discs are being manufactured in Mexico by Vantiva, but I am happy to be corrected on this assumption. I think they are. I'm pretty sure Funimation stuff, or I don't know about Crunchyroll though. I'm pretty sure that Funimation stuff had the made in Mexico stamp on it. Disc made in Mexico, I should say. 2 different things are happening regarding Chinese imports. Two different things are happening in USA/China trade relations currently. The first is the flat 10% tariff applied to all Chinese exports. The second, as reported this week by Richardson Hanjaja in his consistently excellent Anime-nomics newsletter, is the suspension of the de minimis exemption, which had allowed for parcels of goods valued under $800 to be exempt from import duty, aka duty-free. This will impact traditional imports by distributors that operate wholesale companies, bringing in things like vinyl figure blind boxes on small pallets. I'm guessing the rest of this is all about figures. Do you guys want to read about this? Wait.
No, not really.
Yeah, this
Nah,
is all
I'm good.
figures. Here, let's do this.
Tariffs are coming. And that was written back in February. So tariffs are here. The interesting thing about well, not interesting, but like it's important to note that like when Trump announced the tariffs for Canada and Mexico, they bitched about it, obviously.
Of course.
And then he came out and said, okay, I'll give you 30 days. And then everyone specifically in Canada, as a perspective of Canada being Canadian, everyone here was like, oh, cool, we'll have 30 days. And this is just Trump doing his thing. He'll give us a negotiation in that 30 days, and then we'll get a deal, and then whatever. It's the art of the deal. And that's what, and everyone kind of like dismissed it. Like, oh, okay, whatever, fine. Then Trump proceeded to not talk to Justin Trudeau for the entire month. No deal was made. Trudeau came out and said, we're going to do all of this stuff that you wanted without talking to Trump directly, just from what Trump was saying publicly. And Trump was like, okay, it's a good start. And then the tariffs still happened. And then when he announced the reciprocal tariffs, which happened later in April, everyone bitched. Then he came out and said, okay, fine, you guys are freaking going crazy and the stock market's dipping. Fine. 90-day pause. And now everyone's saying, Trump's going to make a deal with everyone. And this is obvious. Like the exact same play is happening worldwide now. And it's like, we saw this happen with Canada. After the 30 days, he put the tariffs on. Like, expect the tariffs to come back in full effect
so
at the end of the 90 days.
Yeah, so just so we're clear, putting the tariffs on and then saying, I'm going to...
Tariffs, not the movie tariffs. But
yeah. So saying I'm going to put these tariffs on you and then saying, hold on, I'm going to give you 30 days. What that move is now you have 30 days to bend over backwards and pucker that asshole, or the tariffs go into effect, right? And that's
I don't think that Canada could have bent over enough to avoid tariffs.
Because what we wanted was for you guys to become the 51st state, and you pushed out on that. So,
well, I mean, you're not doing that.
That was a pretty big ask.
You're not doing that for
Mr. Trump. Please, we'll be the 51st and 52nd state. Just don't tariff us.
I mean, Mexico didn't get that deal, right? But I think it's just that.
Yeah, well, we didn't want
that Trump
Mexico.
wants the tariff.
They bent over a different way, and we got what we wanted. And I think those tariffs got a little bit more relaxed.
No, they're full tariff.
I don't know.
They didn't get relaxed. They got the tariffs exactly like Canada. And when they did the 90-day pause, they did not pause Mexico or Canada. That was separate. So, like I said, expect the tariffs. Trump wants the tariffs.
Yep.
Like he says all this stuff, and like, okay, you want a deal? Okay, fine, he can deal. But the part of the deal is he wants the tariffs. So, like, you're gonna have to offer him a lot to make the tariffs not be there. For 80 years or whatever, the states have run a certain fiscal policy that has involved allowing everyone else to basically suck stuff out of the states. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong. There are reasons that you would want to do that. Trump does not like that. And whether he's right or wrong in that, it's very clear he doesn't like it. And he's changing it. And so everyone has to understand that that's just what it is. He's allowed people in the house, and now he's saying, get the fuck out. It's like, okay, like it's your house. It drives me nuts that everyone's so bitching about it. It's like, as Canada, like you can do business with other people. Like we have our stupid Canada rule that says, you know, everything has to be 30% Canadian and like all this shit. No one bitches about that. Like, no one's like, oh, you know, Canada's being so dumb. They're well, I mean, people do, but like not to the same extent. Like people aren't like putting their hands up and saying Canada's being a bully by doing like the only one that might have said that is Trump. No one else talks about that. What if Trump did that? Everything 33% of all TV has to be made in America.
That would single-handedly save anime.
Like,
because when they dub it, right, they get over the tariff. There'd be so much more anime on TV.
Yeah.
So Old Man says,
and go back to dubbing the openings.
Yes,
we need the English opening dub.
No more Ching Chong openings. Old Man says, if they tax physical release movies, won't that be even more incentive for movies to not have a physical release? They already want to go digital only. Yes. Let's look at what they go on to say here. We just read the previous article from February about physical media. Now we're going to look at the all foreign made in television stuff and see how that's affected here. So if this proposed 100% tariff was to affect all foreign film and TV, not just American productions filmed overseas, how might it work and who would pay for it? Unlike the band Presto one-piece figure you want to pick up in your local Hot Topic, where the consumer will pay for that tariff in the form of a higher retail price, there are several different ways a tariff can be collected on a foreign film. In the case of anime movies, Japan produces them and then licenses out the distribution rights to overseas partners like Sony Pictures, Crunchyroll, and G-Kids. Those companies offer an upfront minimum guarantee, or MG for short. And they also agree to share a percentage of future profits they earn from monetizing the movie, including home video and streaming. The MG payment is also known as an advance or license fee. It's an easy thing to implement a tariff on. If the distributor agrees to pay a minimum guarantee of $1 million for the distribution rights, they now have to pay the U.S. government $1 million tariff on top. The cost of licensing anime will now be twice as expensive as it was yesterday. So, if you're going to produce your film overseas, now the cost of production will also be applied in licensing it for streaming? Or let me rephrase that. Netflix, to own the rights to show your movie on Netflix as opposed to somewhere else, is now going to pay double. Once to you and once to the U.S. government, right? So
also, even if there was a specific extra tax that they would have to pay through the tariffs to get Blu-rays to market, as opposed to video games are a little bit different because, well, for consoles anyway, when you buy a video game, essentially the only people that like really care about like, oh, I need to buy physical are people who are like paranoid about stores shutting down and like super collectors. But with and so to switch to digital, just be like, okay, well, we're not going to do a physical release. It's like people are like, okay, and then they just buy the game digitally and they play it. The problem with doing that for movies and TV and like any Blu-ray type thing is the piracy angle. With video games, it's especially with online video games, it's a lot more difficult to pirate, and you open yourself up to getting like hacked or installing viruses, all this kind of stuff. The barrier to entry on piracy for movies and TV is so low. Basically, the reason you're selling the Blu-ray is to allow audience people that want to support you an opportunity to support you. Also, there are people that just don't like the reason I buy a Blu-ray is because I want the highest quality version of the media, not some shitty streamed thing.
Right.
That's if that's the only option they give me, why am I going to support them at all? Right? Like you've taken away the thing that allows me to support you. So there's still, even if it costs them more, obviously they won't do it if it cost, like there is a you know, it costs too much, we're not going to do it. But it might, and it might, the cost would trickle down to the consumer too, right? Your Blu-ray set might be $100 as opposed to $60. But it's better to make money even if it's a little bit less, because less people have $100 versus $60 than to make no money. So, and the risk of them making no money because of, well, people will just pirate it now because you're not offering it physically, is a lot higher on movies. So I don't think they'll just say we're going digital, unless they completely change the infrastructure of how they're doing digital, where they would make it a lot more difficult to pirate.
So the example that
I don't
they're
know how
using
they would do
here,
that, but like we'll see, I guess. But
the example that they're using here is the minimum guarantee, right? Do you think that there's a way to get around the tariffs a little bit more by having a different, more sliding scale as opposed to a minimum guarantee, right? So I guess what you could say is that, like, it becomes impossible now without doubling the price to pay the $1 million minimum guarantee, because you got to pay that $1 million to them and to the U.S. government. But now it's not like you can just double the price, because what's going to end up happening is you're going to sell less. So now you're actually going to drive down the price of the minimum guarantee, and you could perhaps scale it in such a way where the payment is more based on revenue. That way you can pay far less in the minimum guarantee, and you can still raise the price a little bit, but not necessarily double it. And then you get paid on the back end based on how many you sell. And that way you can avoid literally doubling the price and hoping for the best, right? On the minimum guarantee.
yeah, I'm sure there'll be ways that
I'm sure
people
they
try and
already
worm
have.
their way out.
They already have some sort of scale like that. I think at the end of the day, in order to sell anything to begin with, you're going to have to accept a lower minimum guarantee, right? Which, again, all of these things still benefit the U.S. in the long run, right? In terms of all these things, this is definitely not going to help Japan as much, this particular portion of it. But so they say here, on top of the minimum guarantee, the distributor will also share the net revenue they earn from the box office ticket sales. In this instance, net revenue is what is left after the theatrical exhibitor, AMC Theaters, Regal, etc., deducts 30 to 40% of the ticket price. 20% is paid in local taxes, and the print and advertising costs are deducted. Once the distributor has earned back the initial minimum guarantee payment, they are in overages, and that's when the royalty payments of the producer kick in. Generally, with anime film licensing, the distributor agrees to give the producer 50% of box office net revenues. If 100% tariff were slapped on this income as well, the distributor would be paying everything they have earned to the producer and earning nothing. They'd probably make a loss. Therefore, Japanese producers will have to reduce their revenue share percentage. So I have to wonder if Crunchyroll, being owned by Sony, who also owns Aniplex, would be able to take their licenses at a loss on their Japanese side in order to improve the value on the state side, and then figure out ways to funnel that money back to the Japanese investment in a way that is not considered tariffable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole, like, they literally call it Hollywood accounting, right? Where in order to, like, screw usually actors, but sometimes the crew and stuff as well, depending on what the deal of the movie was. Like, usually it's like, oh, well, we'll pay you like X number of dollars after, like, all of our stuff is paid. And then what they do is they'll create another company, and they'll charge that company something so that like on paper, it looks like the movie didn't make any money.
Mhm.
But
Sure.
like it made all the money. It just moved the money around so that on paper it doesn't have to pay the actors the
The
money.
royalties and stuff.
Yeah, because they didn't reach whatever they said in the paper. It's like,
So this means they will earn less, which means the entire Japanese anime filmmaking industry will have to revise down their anticipated overseas earnings because the U.S. generates more than 41% of all overseas streaming rights revenue. Again, without the U.S., Japan far and away becomes, I mean, granted, this is overseas, right? But point is that if the U.S. is almost 50% of it, without them, the overall revenue coming from overseas becomes negligible next to the internal home market, right? This will result in less investment in anime films and ultimately fewer anime films being made. Heck, even without these tariffs being implemented, there is more uncertainty, and nobody invests during times of uncertainty. What the threat of this tariff could result in is fewer anime being licensed by US-based companies during the current administration. Nothing wrong with that. This will impact fans in the rest of the world, especially English-speaking ones, because we generally rely on the US distributor to finance the localization costs, and then the smaller English-speaking territories part subsidize this expense to access those assets for the UK and Australian release. Another way tariffs of this kind could impact anime in production. Another way tariffs of this kind could impact anime is in production, I should have said. Perhaps we will see some of the larger and wealthier anime production companies like Aniplex, Toei, or Toho, who have been on an acquisition spree of late, purchase a US-based 2D animation studio like Austin's Powerhouse Animation or LA's Titmouse. I used to work there, Inc. Both strategic moves if these tariffs stick. In one fell swoop, these US-imposed tariffs could transform the very definition of what anime is. I think that's a huge fucking reach. I don't think it's going to happen, but we'll see. It's easy to forget that Japan has a production capacity problem. That's true. With their number of domestic animators expected to decline even further over the next few years, Japan will start expanding its international production pipeline beyond Korea and China. I believe that the US market is too large and far too lucrative for Japan to just step away from it. So what else might we see occur in response to these unprecedented tariffs? We should expect the Japanese government to engage with the US administration over the issue. I doubt the President of the United States is an anime fan, but he's a fan of money, and Japan's anime industry is projected to generate over $30 billion in revenue this year, with over 60% coming from overseas income. The global anime market is forecasted to reach US $73 billion by 2032, and the anime will be included in any reciprocal trade agreement discussions. We may also see Japan shift its focus to markets outside the United States, including Mexico, Brazil, the Middle East, and Europe, at least for the next 3 to 4 years. When things become so uncertain, it is often the best strategy to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Anime producers could just delay their next tranche of projects by 6 months or so if making a series. The average production lead time for pre-production to production, post, and delivery is 24 to 36 months. Believe it or not, and that's before you factor in the localization of all the assets and the creation of marketing materials. Movies take even longer, anything from 3 to 7 years. We have 3.5 years left to run on this presidency, which ends just before the beginning of the winter 2029 season. And of course, we'd all be hoping that the incumbent administration removes the tariffs entirely. Perhaps
does this person think that the next president's going to be Democrat?
Really must think that. Perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself. The fact of the matter is this. The International Emergency Economic Powers Act allows the president to address an unusual and extraordinary threat that warrants a national emergency declaration by imposing economic sanctions on a foreign state, such as tariffs, cannot be used against films. What? allows the president to address an unusual and extraordinary threat of foreign states, such as terrorists, cannot be used against films. Okay. The 50 U.S.C. 1702 Presidential Authorities text containing these laws and exemptions came into effect on May 2nd, 2025. Exempt from the code is any format or medium of transmission of any information or informational materials, including but not limited to publication, films, posters, phonograph records, photographs, microfilms, microfiche, tapes, compact discs, CD-ROMs, artworks, and newswire feeds. The president does not have the power to place tariffs on films or any other type of physical or digital media that transports intellectual property. According to lawyers Kenneth J. Nunnenkamp, Mosh Klein, and Eli Rimland Kelly, the Berman Amendment, which is part of the International Emergency Economic Powers Act and the Trade and Economic Cooperation Act, generally protects services that involve the import or export of information and informational materials. Specifically, the Berman Amendment, as revised by the Free Trade in Ideas Act, clarifies that the president's emergency sanction powers cannot be used to regulate or prohibit the exchange of any information or informational materials, regardless of their format or medium. I mean, it honestly seems like legitimately, if you looked at the importation of media from outside the U.S. as a threat to national security on the grounds of propaganda, right, such as Communist Manifesto, things like this that would undermine American authority in the world, I definitely see those as being things you should be able to tariff or outright, for the
Also,
sake of national security, outright ban, right?
I
the only problem is that we're a net exporter of that propaganda, not an importer.
I think they're saying specifically for the emergency thing, but even still, like, then, okay, I guess it's less likely, but he could still go to the Congress and get them to pass the tariff, right?
My car just left the driveway. I'm gonna go find out what that's about.
No, getting
phone?
his car jacked. Live on air.
Where's my phone? I'll be right back. Oh, here it is.
His phone also jacked. RIP. Tariffs. Tariffs are not. There can be ways around it. Okay. Some people will pucker on Sony's butts. Okay, sure. Offer Trump $1 billion or more. Yeah. Trump. I mean, he's been inconsistent with what he's after with the tariffs, but sometimes he says that he wants it to pay for taxes and get rid of the income tax, right? So, like, you're gonna have to offer a lot.
Sorry, my brother-in-law, I guess, pulled the car out because he's going to pull his motorcycle out of the garage. Anyway, sorry about that. So anyway, tariffs are never intended to be used against services or intellectual property. The American film and television industry is one sector of the economy that runs a surplus when it comes to international trade. So it blows my mind that tariffs are even being discussed when it comes to film declaring tariffs on foreign-made films. When it comes to film, declaring tariffs on foreign-made films sets a very dangerous precedent for the United States economy. Why? The USA operates one of the largest service-based economies on Earth. If America's international trade partners define these proposed tariffs as a tariff on services and intellectual property, things could become very messy. The Berman Amendment deliberately exempts books, records, films, and any other type of media that stores and transports IP either physically or digitally. Movies are a service, and the purpose of the Berman Amendment is to protect what has become the largest service industry sector of the economy that contributes over 74% of GDP annually, and it employs more American workers than the manufacturing sector. If the new front in the trade war were to open up on the service sector, we could see retaliatory tariffs levied on all manner of companies, including medical imaging firms, software and information technology companies, and American consulting firms like Bain and Company, McKinsey and Company, and Boston Consulting Group. This is one of the fastest growing sectors of the economy, generating over $59 billion US in 2024, and is estimated to generate over $82.8 billion by 2029. Damn. I hope that cooler heads will prevail and that film and media's status as exempt services will preclude any decision to impose economic sanctions on film and television content that is produced outside of the United States. I hope that those companies I have mentioned above continue to hope for the best and plan for the worst. Make no mistake, the amount of uncertainty and nervousness these announcements create will only mean bad things for the future planning and investment in Project Make Anime Great Again. So I'll just say that I personally think that people who write articles like this, who see things in this black and white way, are completely missing the point of the tariffs, which is mostly a destabilizing uncertainty generator. And that the desire to regain certainty is a decision-making phenomenon, right? That basically forces the hand in the same way that FOMO makes you go out and buy something that you probably didn't need, right? The desire for certainty is going to move the needle in the negotiations that the president wants to be seeing. And that's in the real purpose of the tariffs, is to put America back onto a sort of a
America
more level
first.
ground. Well, yeah, America first, but a more level ground with the fact that we're being tariffed out the ass all over the place anyway. So now just putting reciprocal tariffs in place rebalances the playing field, because, again, America is the largest consumer on the planet, right? Despite not even being close to the largest in population. And so this sets us back to a stage of putting us on an even playing ground, and it also creates, again, tremendous income for the United States through the act of tariffing the countries reciprocally, and then also creating that destabilizing uncertainty puts us into better negotiating terms going forward in all of these countries. So I think it's just going to be one of those things you're going to have to wait and see. But personally, I don't think it's going to be a net negative for anime in particular. I do think that Trump's more focused on bringing American production back to America when it comes to films, rather than keeping foreign films from being able to show in America and that kind of thing. It is not that xenophobic. What is Crunchy Bill? What was this about?
Last comment.
I think it's gonna suck in the short term. In the long term, it's gonna be for the better.
Kochichi says UHD and uncensored are the reasons I buy physical movies and shows. Yeah. Physical video games on PC anyway are just for the memes.
Exactly. Yeah, the cool thing about it. We're more, as anime fans, we're more than likely to get the uncensored version on disc than we are in streaming.
Well, yeah, I mean, the purpose of buying the disc is because you get the Blu-ray cut versus the television cut, right? You get the better quality one. Usually.
Yeah, hopefully. I'm hoping for please put them on Takamania Sound for that to happen.
I doubt that's even gonna get a physical release. To be honest,
we'll see. Kochichi says the U.S. makes plastics, so they could probably make case and plastic wrap in the fudge.
Wow.
So I think you mean to fudge the Made in America label. So we already make the plastic wrap here. They were only talking about the cases that we import from China, the Viva Elite cases and stuff that Funimation uses. I hope tariffs stay. I rather we get used to than having them on and off. Also, Democrats love more taxes. Fuck yeah, they do. All right.
They love more taxes when they implement.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are now done with opening discussions.
Yeah,
whoa. Okay. Here, let's make some record time on the rest of these things, okay? So, interesting. I guess once it's closed, you can't see it anymore. Here's the archive for it. You guys remember that we talked about a silent.
The fan film.
You guys remember we talked about the Silent Hill fan film, A Letter to James?
Yes.
It has been released. I sat on it for a week. I'm sorry. It has been released. You guys can watch it. It's in the doc.
Nice.
It's 20 minutes. That's it. I don't know. It's honestly, it's more an advertisement for Rebel Monkey's production house than anything else. In terms of like, it was a technical showcase of what they're capable of, so you'd hire them. Also, this ended, Seed of Nostalgia, right? So they've far exceeded their goals. Campaign's over, so you can't back it at the moment. They might have a slacker backer later. This has 7 days left. I still haven't backed it. Haven't decided yet.
I need to. And on the note of Tenchi Muyo, I'm an idiot. I did realize that on the very bottom, it is shown for the Ultimate Collection.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I thought that's what that said. Yeah, the Ultimate Edition.
Sorry,
I couldn't read it. I couldn't read it for sure, so I didn't want to go into that. But
I just wanted for the record, like it is
Yeah.
shown on there. I was just an idiot and didn't notice it. So.
That's the first time I've seen THX on anime's release.
Right? No, that's a cool thing about old releases. But yeah. So I need to back this at some point. I think the problem I'm having is like
you got 7 days left. Do you need me to back it for you?
I don't think so.
I can ship it to you later.
You're right.
At your new place.
Right. Augie backed it, looks like it.
Yep. How about that? Note that I can see those. That'll become important later. Hopefully much later.
Yeah. This is a little tip that will help us out later.
All right, so I got something else here. So I just want to remind you guys, last podcast we had a discussion and it went a little bit like this. We will go to 10,666 feet and then we'll call the hospital.
There is no fucking way I'm making it. If this guy couldn't make it up there, I'm not making it.
So Randy doesn't want to climb Mount Fuji when we go to Japan, but I did find this. Welcome to Japan's smallest natural mountain, where you get a climbing certificate at the summit. Okay, you guys ready for this? As a sacred site, there's an aura of the otherworldly here, and the path to the top is well maintained with stairs, a slope, and even handrails, making it super safe. After passing through the Torii Gate and walking up the first set of stairs, you'll reach the top in just 12 seconds.
That looks like something I could do.
Hell, if I had my crutches, I could do that too.
When we get halfway up, let's call the helicopter. Oh, yeah. I thought that was pretty funny. You even get that certificate. Like, I climbed. What is the name of it? Benten Yama. Oh, come on. No. It's literally Benten Mountain. Like,
do you get the Omnitrix at the top of it?
What if that's on the fucking certificate? Oh, that's pretty funny.
So you mark that down so we can go?
Yeah, I'm gonna write that shit down. Of course, we're gonna go.
We can.
As soon as we become profitable.
Yeah. We can go visit the world's smallest park.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's probably across the street.
And then climb that very large hill.
All right. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna get a map of Japan to put on the back of the wall, and I'm gonna put a push pin in each of the places we're definitely gonna go. All right. Move past this. In streaming news, KochiKame Tokyo Beat Cops is now streaming for the first time in English. Discotheque. Box set, please.
Isn't this one of the oldest running like?
Yes, it is.
Series?
It aired. Okay. It was in Weekly Shonen Jump from 1976 to 2016. Right? 201 print volumes. The series was first adapted into an anime in 1985 with an anime series and 2 more films following between 1996 and 2024. KochiKame also inspired 27 specials, which aired between 2005 and 2016. The manga returned to Weekly Shonen Jump briefly this year for a crossover with the currently running Super Psychic Policeman Chojo. That sounds like the non-hard R version of Chojo. Oh, no. All right. In other streaming news, I've been sitting on this for a while. Amazon has cut some key scenes from It's a Wonderful Life, just as we're about to emerge from Pottersville. So, on Amazon Prime's version of the movie, details of what led to the main character's changed attitude towards his life are left out. They've completely removed the scene where George Bailey's vision of what the world would have been like if he had never been born. So it literally cuts from woe is me, and they say the world is definitely better off with you in it too. I'm fucking singing in the rain. Like instead, after the angel tells George he has to earn his wings, the scene cuts to George joyously running through the streets after he realized the value of his own life. Meanwhile, in addition, Robin Hood's opening line has silently been censored by Amazon Prime. The 2010 Robin Hood film now streams on Amazon Prime with its opening anti-establishment quote mysteriously scrubbed because nothing says preserving art quite like quietly editing out the part about standing up to tyranny. Once upon a time, Robin Hood began with a bold declaration. In times of tyranny and injustice, when law oppresses the people, the outlaw takes his place in history. But if you stream the film on Amazon Prime Video today, you'll find that message of resistance against corrupt power has vanished. The parchment still rolls in, but now it's elegantly blank because apparently we've evolved past needing context or perhaps just past tolerating the wrong kind of messaging. Now, to be fair, it is possible that a version of the film is meant to exist where there is no text on here so that it can be translated into whatever language it's meant to be in. And that Amazon, being an international company, just so happens to have gotten the international one intending for the ability to put in other languages. That's possible. I doubt it. I think they're stupid and probably don't care, but it is a possibility. The silent revision was spotted via social media, and it was noticed that the movie's intro had gone from anti-authoritarian to aesthetically neutral. Naturally, there was no notification that a piece of the film had been quietly removed, no warning, no announcement, just a friendly reminder that when you buy or stream content digitally, you're really just renting it from people who can change it whenever they want, preferably without telling you. It is comforting to know that in this modern age, even Robin Hood gets politely de-radicalized before being allowed on screen. Absolutely. Bye, physical bitch. Okay, let's keep moving. So, in theater news, let's open up all of anime news. And games news. All right. Jujutsu Kaisen Hidden Inventory / Premature Death, the movie, North American theatrical date announced. So this is a compilation film that's being distributed by G Kids.
Yeah, for some reason, I mean, Viz released season 1, Crunchyroll released season 2, G Kids is releasing the compilation of the first 5 episodes of season 2. What's next? Sentai releasing season 3?
Right. Very strange.
Don't say that. It'll be more expensive.
Moving past that. All right, in anime news, Our Last Crusade or The Rise of a New World season 2 anime welcomes 5 new cast members. I see one of them in a uniform I like. Hint, hint. This one. Anyway, boom past that. We're just gonna zip past all this stuff. Onmyo Kaiten Rebirth Verse anime premieres on July 2nd. I see another outfit I like. She really does look like Yoruichi. I'm not kidding, right? Like that's a little too close. Hair and skin.
I mean, just the hair and the skin.
Yes, the hair and the skin.
The outfit doesn't look even close. But...
Yeah. What about the height and build? Like, come on. Only in the way she looks. Like, okay, great. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here because I'm like barely sentient.
All right, get out of
Wow,
here. Okay.
coward.
In the Clear Moonlit Dusk TV anime announced. All right, so now let's look at this. Wow. Off-putting as fuck, this anatomy. Do you see these hands? This is the fucking humanzy.
Damn, why did Putnam leave? He was embarrassed by the humanity and the...
His dick is way up here, guys. What the fuck? Like, that's
Damn.
awkward.
Was Putnam embarrassed by the neck sizes and the feet sizes?
I'm glad we're not covering the neck rections tonight, Reese, because Putnam bitched out on us. I can't quite tell where her stuff is because she's wearing a high-waisted skirt, so that one doesn't look as off-putting to me. Don't love the art style. Feels very Korean to me. Yoi Takiguchi has long legs. Which one is Yoi? Oh, here she is. Okay. Long legs, a deep voice, and a handsome face. What? What? In other words, Yoi is such a good-looking guy that most people don't notice or care that she is, in fact, a girl. Indeed, she's had the nickname Prince for as long as she can remember. That is, until she met Ichimura-senpai, the only person who really seemed to see her for herself. To her surprise, she's not sure how to handle this new relationship, especially when her newfound friend is a prince himself, and a guy prince at that. Wow. I don't need to see any of this. Goodbye. All right. White Magician Exiled from the Hero Party anime reveals 2 more magical cast members. I don't care.
Use too much white power.
What? Oh, the White Magician? Okay. I don't know. She looks like the slutty Halloween store version of Madoka Magica Girl. All right. Cultural exchange with Game Center Girl anime previews opening song. More cast in trailer. I really cannot stress enough how much this shit just got thrown in the dock at the last second before we went live. I do like this outfit.
One of these is not like the other.
Yeah, the tall one. All right, anyway, moving past that. Keep it on. 29-side Dokushin Chuuken Boukensha no Nichijou manga gets a TV anime adaptation. It's the daily life of a 29-year-old single mid-level adventurer. I thought I highlighted, was it this? Yeah. Shinonome Hajime spent his childhood in the slums, desperately seeking strength in order to survive. He is now living a life of ease and comfort as a village adventurer in the Komai village. One day, on a quest, he dives into a dungeon, and there is a girl who is about to be eaten by the weakest monster, Slime. The girl's name is Liryu. She had gone into the dungeon alone to survive. Abandoned by her parents and with nowhere to go. That's like,
she just came in from the rain.
That's like, the girl's name is Liryu. She'd gone into the hood alone to survive. Like, just like what I was abandoned by my parents. Like, what are you doing in the Bronx? I was abandoned by my parents, and I'm here to survive. I've got nowhere to go. Hajime can't leave her alone and decides to take Lirio back to the village to live with her. A slapstick adventure fantasy with laughter and sometimes tears, weaved together by a clumsy but caring single adventurer and a straightforward and innocent girl begins. That's a weird way to phrase that. All right. Kuroshitsuji finally, this is Black Butler, finally slips in some sexy female service. Woo!
After years and years of yaoi bait.
I don't know. They had Mayrin, they had Madame Red, they had the girls in the circus arc.
I've got some clips for you here.
Yeah, but we never.
Don't move. It will be serious if you're bitten.
There you go.
So that was
Yeah, that wasn't
sound like Jay Megal.
that was an AI dub of him. I left her noises because they sounded way better in Japanese. I just didn't think you'd want to. I didn't think I could maintain your attention the whole way through if I didn't cut that way. All right. Anyway, My Dress Up Darling is getting season 2 finally.
Yeah,
fucking finally. Hell yeah. I've got some visuals to show you. Oof. Oof. Give me more of that.
Yeah, we didn't get the bunny figure of that. No, we got a basic bitch bunny instead that I didn't order because I'm waiting for them to cuck us on a different bunny.
I'll take it. Moon pass.
That's all really good. They didn't take any more stuff to the trade.
I am just as mad. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna ask somebody to turn on the AC upstairs.
Turn yourself on?
He's gonna ask. It's okay. That's right. You're right. I'm gonna go turn my AC down.
To counterbalance it?
Yeah.
We don't want to get too turned on here.
Yeah, I had to turn mine off a while ago. It was set to 69.
Oh, Beat Cops is awesome. White Magician, no Dark Magician. Denied. Yu-Gi-Oh!
Sorry, I realized I only had a matter of minutes before my wife was going to get in bed, and I wanted to cool down the room upstairs. She can't sleep with the AC on. I can't sleep with it off. So
You just wanted an excuse to leave that gift with Mary.
no. You know what? If I was smart, I would have left you with. Oh, God damn it! I didn't put a thing on this one.
The real gift of mine.
The real gift right here. Oh, wrong one. That one. Yes.
Or rather, the gift, as I like to call it.
The gift. Yes.
The gift that keeps on gifting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Forever and ever. Amen.
It's always playing in the background somewhere.
Yes. In my mind. That's the loading symbol in my brain. Some generations within our industry that view anime as pornography. Former Crunchyroll producer gives insight into Hollywood perceptions.
What would give them that
anime.
idea?
So I've seen a few other people go over this article, and I feel like their titles mischaracterized.
Yep.
Like the person being interviewed, it's like no, it's not the person like being interviewed. It's the
person being
else.
interviewed is pointing out the perception of others in the industry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just so we're establishing that first and foremost, this former Crunchyroll producer is not saying that they view anime as pornography. They're saying that people in Hollywood intending to adapt things will stay away from it because they think it's just porn. And they're right, and they shouldn't adapt it.
What's adapted?
Hentai and its art. All right.
You know, this begs the question. JAV already does a porn parody of anime. Why don't adult studios in the West license anime to be made into porn?
Well, there was one that I saw that had My Dress Up Darling kind of theme to it. That wasn't JAV, of course. We're on topic here.
I think there is a tremendous market to be tapped into. Unfortunately, it will
And
be
they
tipped.
do have cosplay sites for that, but they're not.
If
the
it's
main-
not on disc, it doesn't count, young man.
They barely put that stuff on disc anymore. It's only on DVD, mostly on DVDs.
So, animation producer Marissa Balkus, credited for producing Onyx Equinox, whatever the fuck that is, at Crunchyroll, and overseeing Netflix's animation slate of titles like Arcane Season 2 and Devil May Cry. Not looking good for you, Marissa. Spoke on the perception of anime within Hollywood. When asked whether there were common misconceptions, Balkus said via the Brandon Violet YouTube channel, quote, I think so, yeah. I think that there are still some generations within our industry that view anime as or something weird, you know, which is really unfortunate. It's not. It's not unfortunate.
Let them think that. Let them keep thinking that. Let them spread that message more.
Let it be an outcasting thing. Let the mainstream reject it whole cloth. Let's go.
Let the rain fall down.
Thank you, Hillary Duff, 11. or there are people, or there are people who just associate anime with shonen anime and whatever's coming out of Shonen Jump and nothing else, which is
It's
really
either
unfortunate.
Pokemon or porn.
Yeah. Oh no, gotta catch them all. STDs, right? Which is really unfortunate because obviously there's every medium under the sun that anime offers. Yeah, I think that those are the biggest misconceptions, or that anything that pertains to what women want to watch or consume has to involve magical girls in some way. No, it really just involves guys fucking each other in the ass. Balkus also shared how an influx of talent entered the animation space during the pandemic when filming shut down, while animation production continued. Yeah, the yeses, green lights, were definitely there. And it was also because there was a lot of talent that normally wouldn't play into that space who suddenly realized they could make a paycheck in animation and wanted to come into this space, which is not a bad thing. I actually think animation is a medium that anybody should play in, even if they come from live action. She went on to describe the high-profile, fancy schmancy, who didn't have work and changed their initial projects to animated epics, later falling in love with the limitlessness of animation. As for why Japanese anime resonates with people and its recent boom, Balkus credited the degree of sincerity in the emotions and journeys expressed by the characters, contrasting this with trends in Western, and particularly superhero stories, that become too grim dark or undercut genuine emotions with a quip. The pandemic was also said to factor in, with people connecting online, and Balkus praised long-running series and anime with ensemble casts where fans could see themselves as friends with characters. The engagement seen at conventions through interactions and cosplay was also cited as something that gave anime fandom an enduring quality. You can check out the full interview. Balkus shares her experiences as a producer working on Onyx Equinox, moving to Netflix to oversee its large animation slate, departing Netflix, and her current consultancy work at Culture Misfit. She also reveals that Crunchyroll surprisingly tried to bid for Splinter Cell and Captain Laserhawk, but was outbid by Netflix on both occasions. For fuck's sake, thank God. God damn. I can't help but feel like this character is from
High School DxD?
No. It looks like that Vixen whatever show that Media Blasters released that was a porno. I'm going to look it up.
Toss it in his toss now.
Hold on. Media Blasters Vixen. What was it? It was called... Oh, shit. Vixen and Blasters gave me a very different... Okay, hold on. Let me do Kitty Media. Vampire Vixen. It is the girl from Vampire Vixen.
Oh. Itadaki Sayeki?
Yeah, Itadaki Sayeki. That's got to be her. Look it up.
Yeah,
that's definitely her. That's not the girl from. Well, no, she's got different color eyes. Hold on. I don't want to show that. I swear that looks just like her, though. Fuck, what can I show? Okay, this one I can show. I can show this one. Tell me that's not her. Well, maybe not. Okay, versus High School DxD. That doesn't look like, what's her name? Rias Grimery?
Rias?
Right? I don't know. I don't fucking watch the show.
I don't either.
Holy shit, I think it is her. God, no. Her eyes are a different color, too.
The character?
Right. Sauce now it is.
No, it's from the one on screen right now. That's Ria's. Ria's Grimery from
horrible in this.
Yeah, it's the new one. It's Hero.
Oh, yeah, Hero. Yep, episode 1. I called it without even knowing it.
Fuck. He's right. I was wrong. I haven't even watched this vampire thing, but it just looked like her so much because this looked like such dog shit. I assumed it was a porn. So the reason the reason I stopped to do all this is because I thought to myself, if this is the girl from Vampire Vixen, they photoshopped Crunchyroll Hime into another porn.
No, that's Freerin.
Okay. I liked my headcanon better. All right. While Balkus had long grown up on anime and participated in conventions, current Crunchyroll Senior Director of Global SVOD Customer Experience, Lucian Carrillos, shared in another recent interview that the level of anime fandom came as a surprise. Following her move to Netflix, Carrillo spoke about Crunchyroll's workplace culture, praising its structure, but said the company wasn't as mature when considering things like feedback culture. On fandom, Carrillo said, at Netflix, I also felt like some people were fanatics about specific shows, and they were very vocal about it. But I think at Crunchyroll, it's at even another level. Like, they are not only fanatics about a specific character or series or films that we put out there, but they dress like them. Whoa! They listen to songs like them. Whoa! They follow bands that develop all that experience for them. They're fully immersed in the experience, and that's what makes them fans rather than merely customers. She added that Crunchyroll is very determined to embrace that fandom. No, they fucking aren't. They removed the comments section. They don't give a shit. Slightly later, when talking about a way to keep fans immersed in the anime experience, quote, one thing we keep working on and would love to get to a point is where you can communicate with us through a chatbot for customer service when you're trying to self-serve. We'd like to create that persona on the bot, so then we can also provide the same type of experience you live in your day-to-day when you're cosplaying. So they literally want you to like, remember when you call Right Stuff and fucking Alucard would pick up? Or
yeah, they had Alucard. They had Christmas Tree come in.
Yeah, Justin Ueki, Tyler.
Yeah, right? Tyler,
yeah,
Alucard.
So imagine now you're trying to start a conversation with Crunchyroll, and like fucking Freerin answers the chat. Just says Freerin entered the chat. You're not a demon, are you? Like, oh god. Carrillo added that Crunchyroll aims to phase out its email support and web forms and transition purely to AI chatbots and live chats with humans. Are you fucking serious? Like, didn't Crunchyroll just say they were gonna do away with AI?
Notably, I just wish they would go back to using freaking Right Stuff customer service chat. Like,
seriously,
they had that. It was so easy to contact them.
Notably, Carrillo admitted that Crunchyroll is currently unable to actually determine whether problems have been solved when using current AI chatbots, revealing that it amounts to a blind spot of 50% of queries for supported languages.
Every time you try and talk to Amazon bots, like, give me a fucking human.
Yeah.
Shit.
This article went all sorts of directions I wasn't expecting. All right. I am probably going to read a summary of this next one because I don't want to fucking spend more time on this. So this is just news to me. It says here regarding Expedition 33, it was born from the creator's boredom at Ubisoft. And it's hit 2 million sales and doubled Assassin's Creed Shadow's Steam player peak. So I'm gonna just read a synopsis here instead of bothering to read the whole thing. It says it achieved significant success, selling just over 2 million copies in just 12 days. Since its release on April 24th, developed by indie studio Sandfall Interactive, the game has received high praise from critics and players alike. The 9.7 Metacritic user score. Yep, I was about to read that too. The game's creator was inspired to leave his job at Ubisoft due to boredom and has since achieved a milestone that surpasses Ubisoft's latest release. Yep, there you go. That's the news. And as this article says, it is Metacritic's highest rated game. Is that significant? I don't fucking know. Like, is it? But doesn't it show you put out a game? I mean, this is kind of weird looking, but if you put out a game with moderately attractive female characters and it's being sold against butt ugly asshole faces, then all of a sudden it does really well. Imagine that. Meanwhile, the Onimusha 2 remaster has censored OUs. I love this. Onimusha 2 remaster protects players from historical cleavage. So they removed the special outfits you can get in game, which, to be honest, I never used any of these except for the one for Soki in the 4th game because it looks fucking amazing. I do not personally want to run around playing in these ridiculous fucking outfits. I've never been a fan of these in Capcom games. It says here, Capcom's remaster of Onimusha 2 is bringing samurai demons and historical drama back to modern consoles. Just don't expect to see OU's alternate outfit because 2002 era fan service has apparently been deemed too dangerous for modern audiences. In yet another case of remasters rewriting history, not for accuracy, but for modesty, Capcom is censoring OU's alternate costume in the upcoming remaster of Onimusha 2 Samurai's Destiny. Once a simple cosmetic bonus from the PS2 era, OU's extra outfit has now been sanitized to better fit 2025's idea of appropriate. Because heaven forbid, players be exposed to a little exposed skin in a game about demonic possession and bloody sword fights. The change was noticed on Twitter, which pointed out the visual downgrade or moral upgrade, depending on which side of the digital purity war you're on. The costume, originally a busty, skin-bearing design that fit comfortably alongside the game's other dramatic theatrics, now appears to have been altered to show less, because if there's one thing that ruins immersion in feudal Japan, it's cleavage. Anyway, so this is how the game used to work. Oh, God. Wow, 240p is as high as I can go, huh? So this is the idle animation she used to have. Right, hold on. Yeah. I never really liked this character, if I'm being honest. They're gonna, yeah, there you go. You can see a little bit more. Thank God for YouTube. So the cool thing about this game is because of the fixed cameras, you could find better shots, I guess, for this. They're gonna. There you go. Idle, damn it. Sorry, my audio is pretty bad. There you go. Oh, you can see it like open up. That's scary. Anyway, that's the thing. Fans familiar with Capcom's track record of adjustments and remasters aren't particularly surprised. I wouldn't even call this well, I guess it would be a remaster, right? Rather than a remake. Yeah, I guess that is the appropriate term. At this rate, by the time every classic game gets remastered, we'll all be nostalgically remembering the days when characters were allowed knees, shoulders, and a hint of personality. But hey, at least the demons are still allowed to look scary. Meanwhile, guess what else has gotten Capcom's eyes? Overwatch 2 makes curious picks for Street Fighter 6 crossover skins and censors Cammy's OG outfit. Of course they fucking did. Of fucking course they did.
Dude, Overwatch has put out different like skin collabs with different anime series franchises every other week. Like they just did Gundam Wing for the 30th anniversary. They did some magical girl thing. Like they're just no, it was not that. But like they're just spiraling their fucking brain, trying to get every excuse to make people buy the skins.
So this is how the game. Well, great. Glad to see it's the same fucking size. This is how the game looks, right? With the classic outfit, where it's a fucking leotard, and this
Press
is
Control
how
Plus.
This is how Overwatch. Yeah, of course I could, but this is how Overwatch chose to do it, where she's wearing Spanx underneath, now looking like an 80s jazzerciser. Like, yeah, I don't know. You can keep it. Thanks. No, thanks. All right. Meanwhile, Yuji Horii says Chrono Trigger remake is on the table, so prepare for the censorship. In news that should excite fans and worry them equally, Yuji Horii has admitted a Chrono Trigger remake is being considered, which, if recent gaming history is anything to go by, means it's only a matter of time before Frog loses his chivalry, Ayla gets pants, and dialogue is rewritten for modern sensibilities. Are they going to rename Gato back to Gonzalez? Because that'd be funny. His name in Japanese is Gonzalez. For some reason, they changed it to Gato in the American one. He's a robot that he has like cat ears, which is why I think they call him Gato, right? As in cat. But I just think it's funny. He's like, Gonzalez! That's so fucking funny in the anime. In a recent Game Reactor interview, Dragon Quest creator Yuji Horii revealed that discussions are underway about remaking the legendary Chrono Trigger. And while many longtime fans may be salivating at the idea of seeing one of the most beloved RPGs of all time revived in HD, recent remake trends suggest that they'd better brace for edits, rewrites, and maybe even a lecture or two from NPCs about equality and inclusion. I will say full stop that the charm of the game largely comes from the sprite-based graphics. The music, the sprite-based graphics, the unique storyline and mechanics of time travel, all of those things are a capsule in the Super Nintendo that bring it its charm, right? Yes, you could upgrade it to be Final Fantasy VII remake levels. I think it will lose all of its charm. The only benefit you could bring to it by doing that is if you did one game that captures Chrono Trigger, Radical Dreamers, and Chrono Cross in one world that you play as all the way through. That would be the one place where I would be like, yes, I'll buy that. I'll play it. Otherwise, I have this game on my fucking phone and I play it as anytime I want, Anyway, because let's be real, this isn't 1995 anymore. Today, Square Enix has a track record. Whether it's censoring cleavage in Final Fantasy VII Remake, toning down violence, or rewriting entire dialogue trees in the name of localization, fans know exactly how this story goes. We might get gorgeous visuals, but we're also getting sanitized scripts and character tweaks to keep up with Twitter's outrage brigade. Expect Ayla's prehistoric confidence to be toned down, possibly replaced with lines about female leadership, definitely. That festival dancing, probably cut for being inappropriate. And if we're lucky, Luca won't be rewritten into a quirky feminist tech goddess spouting hashtags while Robo comes out as non-binary. Hori's openness to the idea is genuine and no doubt comes from a place of love for the original work. But in today's climate, creative intent has a way of getting focus grouped out of existence once marketing, legal, and sensitivity teams get involved. A Chrono Trigger remake could have been a love letter to a timeless classic. Instead, fans might want to start preparing for the reimagined version where the time traveling is still intact, but the soul gets patched out in post. Well, that's a shame. Anyway, meanwhile, a Minecraft modder names Creeper Pig hybrid Pigger. Twitter predictably melts down. Okay, so before I read this, I want to point out the way that Notch invented the creeper is that the characters in Minecraft, everything in it is code rather than 3D models. So instead of actually, building the 3D models and then importing them in there, everything is numerically driven. So he made the pig model in code and accidentally applied the height and width of the body in the wrong dimension. So it created a very tall body instead of a long body, right? They're basically putting it back into the game. That's what this mod is supposed to do. A Minecraft modder introduced a new pig creeper boss called Pigger, and it took all of 5 seconds for Twitter to accuse them of racism. Despite the name being a literal pig creeper fusion, the usual suspects are upset, and the modder is now reconsidering the name. It was only a matter of time. On April 24th, Minecraft modder Owl's Cube Studio unveiled plans for a new enemy mob, a creeper pig hybrid named Pigger. The name, in true modding tradition, is a simple portmanteau, pig plus creeper, but simplicity is rarely rewarded in the modern internet ecosystem. Ha! We're actually going to add it. The Pigger. Within hours, the digital think tank known as Twitter lit up with outrage. According to a vocal minority, the name Pigger sounded too close to a certain slur, despite being, again, a pig that explodes. Rather than acknowledging context, critics fixated on phonetics because nuance is the first casualty of social media discourse. Owl's Cube Studio, to their credit, or perhaps out of sheer exhaustion, responded to the criticism and expressed openness to changing the name. The modder clarified there was no malicious intent, and they were just trying to make a cool boss mob, not ignite a culture war.
What if they pick a new name and it's even worse?
Guess we should call it Cree-Pig or Pig Purr. I think the funniest thing is like, all right, we've heard you. We won't call it Pigger. From now on, it will be Pigga, right? Like,
I don't make the rules. I just follow them.
What was intended as a fun addition to Minecraft's ever-expanding universe has now become yet another example of the internet's tireless ability to sniff out offense in even the most blocky, pixelated corners of creativity. Only some of the comments demanding a name change, though. Only some of the comments are demanding a name change, though more people thought the name was funny. Did the racist Gerg made this? Do not call it that. Change the name, dog. Please change the name. Creepig, please. Change the name, please. Please change the effing name. For a fucking sake, change the name before I commit crime. I think Pigger is an easy-to-say name combining both creeper and pig. Nothing else really rolls off the tongue. Bro, that name...
You can just repeat it after back to back to back.
Nobody
Why don't they go after Disney? Why don't they go after Disney? Tigger. Come on.
Nobody stopped to think maybe this isn't a good name after all during the planning phase of this. Dear Lord, you think it took them a long time to plan this? Do you think this took weeks of work to do what Notch did by mistake? Like,
yeah,
what if he just
bigger. That's,
what if he just named it Bigger?
Why
it's called Biggest Dickest? Like it's already failing right
like
now.
is Bigger an issue?
I don't know.
Would that sound too much like the slur word?
Why don't they just call it Chojin? Did
Chojin.
Notch name it? Anyway. Oh my gosh. I mean, I don't play mods, so I wouldn't bother with it either way. But it's so fucking funny. All right, anyway, Guilty Gear's Bridget appears in Smash Legends collab with male symbol pin. Oh, what? Gender confused again, are we? So the Smash Legends X Guilty Gear Strive collab's official art features Bridget with a pin shaped like the male symbol. An oddly bold move considering this is the same character developers recently reintroduced as a girl. In a curious twist of detail, promotional art for the Smash Legends and Guilty Gear Strive collaboration depicts Bridget sporting a pin with what seems to be the traditional male symbol. This differs from the one he wore in Strive, which was shaped to the symbol representing androgyny. Oh, okay, that's this one with the... I mean, I wouldn't say it's quite the traditional male symbol. Close, but not quite. While it doesn't seem like there's a massive backlash from Twitter's keyboard warriors just yet, many recollected Bridget's backstory. What with him being a boy yet forced to live as a girl due to the village superstition, the origin remained consistent until Guilty Gear Strive, where the developers decided Bridget had sudden epiphany and now identifies as a girl. No build-up, no arc, just a press release and some heavy sanitized story dialogue. Many wonder if this decision from Smash Legends is less of a mistake and more a nod to the character as originally written before identity politics steamrolled over canon. All right, moving past this. We're making great time, aren't we? Ooh, we can get through this. Thank God Sankaku Complex has come back from the shadows to start producing articles again. Pal World has been gutted as Nintendo declares war on summoning balls and flying pals. I got to remember to get back to comments in a second, too. The Pal World devs have confirmed that Nintendo's lawsuit is now shaping actual game mechanics, forcing the removal of ball-throwing summons and replacing majestic creature gliding with a regular glider. I like the idea that they just like go Super Saiyan now and they summon the pal as their like stand or whatever, and then they get sued another way.
You're good.
Yeah. Because yes, apparently even the act of airborne movement is now under copyright protection if your mount has ears. What started as Pokemon with guns is slowly becoming Pokemon with lawyers. Pocket Pair, developers of Pal World, have now confirmed that two major gameplay changes, the removal of throwable Pal spheres and creature-based gliding, were made due to legal pressure from Nintendo and the Pokemon Company. Quote, "We regret to inform our players that the implementation of patch version 0.5.5, we must make yet another compromise. From this patch onward, gliding will be performed using a glider rather than with pals. Pals in the player's team will still provide passive buffs to gliding, but players will now need to have a glider in their inventory in order to glide. We understand that this will be disappointing for many, just as it is for us, but we hope our fans understand that these changes are necessary in order to prevent further disruptions to the development of Pal World."
I don't know why they would force you to carry around a fucking glider.
That's retarded,
Just
right?
Auto give them the glider
Yeah.
if you're sitting there with a gliding Pokemon. Like,
you know what would really suck is if you use the glider indoors and Professor Oak called you to tell you not to do it.
It's not the place to use that right now.
Let's see. In order to prevent future disruptions to the development of Power World, we also want to extend our apologies to our fans for the discomfort and concern this ongoing litigation has caused. We remain committed to developing Power World and developing exciting new content to our fans. On behalf of everyone at Pocket Pair and Team Power World, thank you again for your continued support. The lawsuit, which began in late 2024, is seeking 10 million yen, only about $66,000 in damages. But it's not just money at stake. Nintendo's lawyers apparently took issue with players summoning creatures by throwing spherical devices, which led to the November 2024 patch changing summons into static player-adjacent spawns. Now, as of May 8th, 2025, Power World's latest update has grounded players once again. Patch version 0.5.5 forces players to use glider item for aerial movement rather than riding their creature companions through the skies. According to Pocket Pair's official statement, this compromise was made to avoid further legal drama and delays to development. Of course, this raises the question, where exactly does Nintendo's imaginary copyright line end? Gliding is now off limits? Throwing something to summon a creature is too evocative of Pokemon? What's next? Claiming ownership over walking through grass? Oh, God. Nintendo doubles down on DEI policies amidst backlash. This begs the question, why isn't there any black characters in Mario? This begs the other question. Would it be racist if the manual laborer was something other than white? So, Nintendo of America President Doug Bowser has proudly reaffirmed the company's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, just as fans are still recovering from a price hike and wondering when the company might actually start listening to its player base again. Nintendo has once again demonstrated its uncanny ability to read the room. You mean to not just read the room? Just not? Oh, okay. Its uncanny ability to read the room, just not the one its customers are sitting in. In an alleged interview with Brazilian outlet Folha de Paulo, Doug Bowser stated that the company will continue to uphold its diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, undeterred by political pressure from President Trump's administration or, apparently, the disappointment of its own community. According to Bowser, DEI is baked into Nintendo's culture, presumably alongside rising prices and carefully localized scripts. Our players are diverse, he said, which is certainly true, even if a growing number of them are also fed up. This public information comes hot off the heels of Nintendo announcing a price increase for the upcoming Switch successor and its games, as well as renewed backlash over questionable localization and character rewrites in titles like Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door. All of which makes the timing of this proud DEI stance feel less like principle and more like corporate checkboxing. Of course, diversity in the corporate context rarely means diversity of thought. More often, it functions as a marketing veneer, where the goal isn't better games or talent, but checking racial boxes and ensuring the cast and dev team reflect an HR PowerPoint slide. In practice, DEI tends to translate to fewer white people and a heavier emphasis on identity optics over actual skill or creative vision, because nothing says progress like hiring based on demographics rather than competence. Once known for its tight grip on fun and family-friendly magic, Nintendo is now becoming more associated with controlled messaging, safe PR quotes, and making sure their latest console costs just enough to be annoying. All right, before we go on to this next one, let me scroll back up. Ooh, I haven't read any of these.
I think I gotta tap out.
Oh, damn. Should I skip? Yes, I should skip the next. Why don't we skip the Genshin and Gacha things and move right into GTA 6? Do you want to do that?
You can. I'm tapping out.
You can. All right. Be
All right,
gone.
later.
All right. I'm still gonna skip all those things. That is almost hardly a leotard. It is dental floss.
I just now realized that the recordings button on the far right is missing.
Say what?
The recordings button?
Oh, yeah, it is missing.
How do we know who's not done yet? That sucks.
I hope we have local recordings on.
Yeah.
That's gonna suck if we don't. Weird. Okay, anyway. Buy the ever-loving fuck out of Onimusha 2 so we can get Onimusha 3 remastered. I don't know. I'm just saying they don't look that much better in terms of a remaster, right? Like I don't see it as like, oh yeah, I gotta get that. That's a big upgrade. I'll just play the PS2 version. Also, Magoichi is the best party member too. No, Jubei. Wait. Is in 4. No, Jubei is the main character. Hold on. Hold on. No. Well, okay. It's hard to explain. Jubei Yagyu is the main character in number 2. But a relative of Jubei, that's a girl named Jubei, is in 4. But I'm trying to remember the characters in Onimusha 2 are Oyu, Roberto, Magoichi, and there's not one more, right? It is just and then the spear guy that nobody fucking cares about. Oh no, who's the ninja guy? I don't know, man. I might have to agree with you. What was his name? Kotaro. Yeah, I don't care about him at all. To be honest with you, I could take or leave all of the side characters in Onimusha 2. Jubei's the GOAT. I like the side characters in 4 a lot more. Anyway, why remake when they can make new games or sequels? Well, they are. There is a new sequel to Onimusha, so that was good. Forspoken 2 isn't going to make itself. Nintendo cucks don't care. I bet the wheelchair game sells and gets awards. I bet. No FTM, no gotcha news. You're right about that, even though Greenline would have been happy to go over it. And in fact, was the person who greenlit us to do it in the first place. We don't need remaster play original if you already liked it. See, the thing is, Jubei, Roberto, heck, that is me. Yeah. Wait. He didn't show up in my list of Roberto Onimusha. What game is he in? He is. Why didn't he show up on the fucking list of people I just looked at? Onimusha 2 characters. There's a whole fucking lineup of the characters in this image, and they're all the fucking Japanese ones. He doesn't show up. What the fuck? He is completely omitted from the wiki and everything. Am I having some weird Mandela effect on this guy? Characters. All right. Fucking kill me. He doesn't even show up on the Wikipedia listing. What is happening? Roberto and Onimusha. He shows up on the wiki if you look him up. The Christian missionary born to a Japanese mother and Spanish father. Which game is he in? Am I losing my fucking mind? He's first. Oh, so he's in the 4th game. Oh, well, no wonder I remembered him. All right, there we go. Apparently, I haven't played the second game in too long. Fucking ending cinematic when he goes Onimusha at the end is so goddamn good. Buying games that get the sequel will end in price hikes. Damn. Don Dreams, you're right. Thank you. I should have just read your comments. Okay. All right. So now we're caught up here. We're going to skip over all of these very important things I won't show on screen because
Really? Because Greenline is still here and can talk about the gotcha stuff.
I know, but a certain blue pantsed individual stretching out her lovely wedgie, I feel like we should save that for the boys.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
You can all enjoy it together.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been enjoying it daily because she is the wallpaper on my in the game screen.
That's gonna be the new GIF to replace the bouncing boobs, I think. All right.
How
GTA.
dare you say that about mine?
Okay, to accompany. How about that? GTA 6 trailer drops with male lead front and center as fans question Rockstar's direction. I don't fucking question it. This was a good move. All right, full disclosure. We're about to watch the trailer. This is not going to be a long discussion. There's not much to say other than the graphics are pretty fucking impressive compared to what we saw previously. And there is a song by the Pointer Sisters in this that I have removed with an AI song that I just like. So it isn't exactly going to sync up perfectly, but it's great. So we're going to watch it anyway.
What you doing up there?
I'm just fixing some leaks.
Seriously, dude, you got some time on your hands. I got some properties with paying tenants.
Oh, that's why you came by?
Just go get me my checks.
See you, Brian. Love you, Jason.
Sorry, I just want to point out. Oh, now I can't really see it. I wonder if my render has lost some quality. There's like you can actually see the chest hair in the 4K trailer on his like stomach and chest catching the light. You can also see the liquid in the beer bottles. Check this out. Move it around, refracting the light differently.
I'm here for Lucia Caminos. She's supposed to be getting out.
Here's my
What's
new
your
song.
name?
Jason Duval.
I've seen you here before.
You might have.
I'm showing these rookies how it's done. Shooting punts is what I do for fun. Hey. This is how I like to get my thrills. Try me, bitch, and I will shoot to kill. Every day I'm a fucking hero. Blasting scumbags for less than zero. Everywhere I go, it smells like bacon. Give me that money, I'm on the take, bitch. I'm closing cases by shooting faces. Going on dangerous high-speed chases. I'm busting heads with excessive force. I'm gonna need to commandeer your horse. I shoot first and ask questions, never. This is the fucking best job ever. Busting your ass is my sworn duty. Living life like I'm in a buddy cop movie. Buddy cop movie. You're under arrest, stop resisting. This bitch is asking for a brisket. Before I let you back on the road, I'm gonna show you my penal code. I'm serving justice to the people. Try me, punk, my weapon is lethal. I never seem to need to reload. Everything I shoot always explodes. The question is, do you feel lucky? I will blast you for less than nothing. If you're dumb enough to come at me, I'll show you police brutality. I shoot first and ask questions, never. This is the fucking best job ever. Busting your ass is my sworn duty. Living life like I'm in a buddy cop movie. I shoot first and ask questions, never. This is the fucking best job ever. Busting your ass is my sworn duty. Living life like I'm in a buddy cop movie.
I'm sorry, that worked out at least in certain parts. Too well. Like certain parts, it didn't quite nail the imagery, but some of the
part
imagery
when
was, like, spot
when
on.
she walks in with the like sequin dress totally doesn't work.
Yeah.
But,
Well, when it
man,
was talking about
GTA
guns
has a hell of an
shooting-
OST. Here you go. Here's the new OST that you wish was in the game. I just added it here so you guys can all enjoy your new favorite song, Buddy Cop Movie. All right, so I will
imagery,
say
though,
this.
did match, like the gun imagery, like the.
I will say this, that I was not hyped for this before. I am now. I still haven't gotten anywhere meaningful in 5, but I will say that the one thing that I definitely am not looking forward to in this is that I personally think GTA has been on a downward. It's been declining in value for me since San Andreas. And GTA 4 introduced things that were supposed to create sort of a verisimilitude, right? To make it feel more lived in. One of those things. So first, actually, I would say Vice City. It's been on a downward decline since Vice City because they keep introducing annoying mechanics. In San Andreas, it was the fucking gang territory bullshit where you're constantly getting notified your territory's under attack, and then you'd have to go halfway across the fucking map and go kill 20 guys just to get back to the shit you were doing, right? And in GTA 4, it was like, hey, my cousin, let's go bowling and bullshit like that, right? GTA 5 has like the tennis bullshit. I'm like, fuck me, I hate this. And it's goddamn hard as shit fucking playing tennis. This game is introducing a mechanic now where, unlike GTA 5, where you could switch between the 3 main characters and that would take you across the map to different areas where you could interact and play in different parts. This is introducing a buddy system that seems to me like now I am not only responsible for my own HP, I am responsible for my buddy's HP as well. And I feel like I am going to be running into she died, he died, they died, right? Constantly. And that's going to be fucking annoying as shit. Or you get in the car to drive away and like you drive away as they're grabbing the door, like, ooh, and they do that thing where they fall on the ground. Like, you're like, get in the fucking car. Or they're getting in the car and then you get rammed by the cop and you run over them and you fail the mission. Yeah, so I don't know. It looks great. And I bet you it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. As long as the driving, I think in like the Florida, Miami thing is going to be a lot better than New York. Right, the New York thing, I fucking hate the New York driving. I hate the LA driving. Florida is a little bit different in the way the roads are a lot straighter for longer stretches. I think that's going to be a lot more fun. Kotuchi says GTA had escort missions historically. Yes, and they always sucked. And now I feel like you're going to be in a constant escort mission to a degree, and that's the thing I'm not looking for. Oh, they are 60 feet back. They are totally okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Anyway, do you guys have anything you want to say about this? Are you at all excited? Reese, have you played any GTAs?
I did not touch a lick of GTA.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I have touched all of like 10 minutes or maybe a couple hours of GTA, and that was just screwing around with somebody else's account with the seeing how high I can get my wanted. How much notoriety I could get and kill a bunch of cops before dying.
I started with GTA 3. The year that the PS2 came out, my best friend growing up got it for Christmas. And I went over to his house and I played it. And it was so fucking fun that I begged my parents to take me to GameStop. And with my own money at like the age of 10 or whatever the fuck I was, I bought a PlayStation 2 for $99 and I bought Grand Theft Auto 3 out of my own money, right? And eventually, my brother whined enough that he didn't get to play the console that I fucking bought, that my parents bought us a second PS2 for him. But I've been playing it since 3. I mean, I didn't play the top-down ones. I didn't see a point. 3, honestly, legitimately, is one of the best games I've ever played. Just in terms of, like, the amount of fun you're having. The mechanics are simple, but they're fun as shit. And the cheats in the game, like, if you, like, want to go that route, oh, my God. Like, exponentially more fun. Right? Just Grand Theft Auto 3 has this weird mechanic where if you get to a 6 wanted stars, the army comes after you in tanks. But if you use the cheat to spawn a tank, that tank does not despawn. And fuck me, does that make a fun ass way to break the game. Because there will be parts of the game where you know that, like, you're in a race against souped up vehicles and you know the route. So, like, what you can do is, like, the first safe house is kind of like an alleyway off of a main road. So you could put these spawned tanks that don't despawn in an arc so that when the car is racing past that, it'll hit your tank and arc into the alleyway, and then you can get out and push that car, that souped up car, into your fucking garage. And then once it gets into your garage, then it's yours. So you get these souped up cars. Fuck, man, I had so much fun. I used to, like, in the early game, there's like 3 islands, right? And you have to unlock the island. So the bridges get repaired after a big storm. But if you use the fucking tank cheat, you just drive that tank off into the water. Oh, it sank. Drive the next tank off into the water. Oh, it sank. Drive the next tank. And then they stack. I literally made bridges across to the other island out of these fucking tanks. It is so goddamn fun playing that game. Oh, then they lose everything when they go to GTA 4 because they went the realism route. And it's like, the fun in this game is how fucking bonkers it is, not how real it is. God, fucking hate the 4th game, what they did with it. And the graphics are incredible at the time. Don't get me wrong. You go on the beach, and the way the fucking light catches the parts of the sand that are still wet is goddamn gorgeous at the time. But I don't care. I want to play the fun shit. Anyway. Moving past this, we'll go into right stuff.
Nothing in right stuff.
Yeah. And we'll just open these. All right. Wait. This looks new. This isn't new. We talked about that. Windbreakers.
Yep, we talked about that.
Because Reese was like, "Oh, have you seen Windbreakers screenline? It's amazing. It makes me coom." And I'm like, "No, I haven't seen Windbreakers." Alice, I wonder, is season 1 still available? Is this like an old? Maybe this is like a really old one. That's sub only, right?
Yeah. I was just logging part 1, season 1.
So
right?
That's sub only, right? It's an old ass, like 70s.
No, I think they dubbed it years and years and years ago. It might actually be dub only.
Okay. Is it still available or is it out of print?
This really
still available. This just came out. This came out this year.
Okay.
Yeah, on disc, on DVD. It doesn't actually talk about the languages at all.
Probably don't.
Okay, so it says here Dreamscape presents Alice in Wonderland Season 1, directed by Taku Sugiyama and Shigeo Koshi, produced by Shigeo Endo and Andrea Wagner, written by Marty Murphy, starring Tarako, Masako Nozawa, Goku, Noriko Uemura, Yoshiko Matsuo, and Kenichi Ogata. Let's look at the listing on...
I'm seeing a post from WTK saying it's English dub only.
That's what I thought. But it says starring all these things on it on the back of the DVD. So I imagine there's a Japanese dub for it. Let's look at what this one says. So
this one also says English dub only.
Where does it say it?
I saw another post from it. From WTK. I don't know where he's getting his information from.
I don't know. I already ordered it, as you can see.
Yeah.
I'll have to check it out later. Anyway, that's the thing. Let's move past this. Yeah. All right, guys. It feels like a goddamn eternity since this happened last week. I got an email telling me that my fulfillment center had made my store inactive and that I had to click a button to activate it. Now, I'm pretty sure it was active while it was fucked up. I don't know why it went inactive, but I made it active. I don't know if it works now. Well, we could try. Seems like it's working now. So if you guys would like to buy something from Stealth Weave, I would very much appreciate if somebody tried. If there is something on here that you have been waiting for, now's the time. Because it may actually work. I'm not sure. And if that works, then eventually we will get this working. And then, this is probably already working. But I will be getting Mad Scientist, Sad Scientist, and all those other fun things up here soon. All right. Haikyuu Team cardigans have come to life in a new Steady Hands collection. So, yep, if you like cardigans, you guys can get these. There's a lot more teams than I remember. Also, new hug pillow range lets you sleep with Hello Kitty. Weird phrasing. I can't imagine that's comfortable. That looks so fucking uncomfortable to sleep like that. My lower back would be so in agony. Don't worry, there's a cinema roll. I bet it would feel great if you slept the opposite way on your back. You'd like hugged on the side. You know, I'm not going to roll out of bed.
Yeah.
Moving past that. 7-Eleven Japan now has its own Gundam model kit. Gunpla-kun. I want one.
Why is he holding like the big slurp? Or is that's not a 7-Eleven?
I think it's just a beam sword.
I know, but like, what's a 7-Eleven thing?
Yeah, it should be a Slurpee or something.
Yeah.
I like how it's way more painted on the box than the actual fucking thing. Anyway, moving past that. Hey, Green Line. Blue Archive Amao Ako dress version figure shows elegance and side boob appreciation. For some reason, I remembered it being a bunny girl, but I guess that was last podcast. Whoa. There's an ass cheek.
Yeah, I noticed. I was like, maybe I should buy this. But I have too many figures as it is, and as we've talked about in our long-ass 3-hour discussion, Tariffs might fuck me over on that end. But I think I need less figures as it is, so it's fine. They take up way too much space. And they're like, here's it from every angle.
Nice. All right. Meanwhile,
South
Korean residents call police about over-sexualized anime figure.
Is that a figure?
I don't know. Oh, there's a video.
Nice. It must be the figure.
Whoa.
I mean, I've seen way more.
Thong.
I see way more sexualized figures, and I mean, I've showed them on this podcast in the Discord. The fact that
it's all right.
This is a nitpick for me. It's a bizarre nitpick because it's a paradox for me. I like it, but I hate it. So the belly button, I like it, because it's like skin tight. Oh, and you know the tummy and whatnot. It's like, oh, that's hot, but like, I hate it because it's like the fabric, like
Yeah.
would be non-existent.
It's literally inside.
Yeah, do you get what I mean? Like it's
Yeah.
it's a paradox for me.
Like,
It's like
that
I like
fabric-
it, but I hate it.
That fabric is currently going into her belly, and it's constant. It's actually like there's another dress on the fetus inside. Like,
Yeah.
I hear you.
It's so weird because I like it again, but I hate it.
Yeah. All right. South Korean residents of Hwasong City are incensed over a popular anime figure depicting a woman wearing a skin-tight dress with a plunging neckline. The figure, which has been called Dongtan Missy, is allegedly based on a social stereotype of women from that neighborhood. The figure is based on the artwork of K. Ping and features a character with seductive, narrow eyes and wearing a face mask. Oh, I didn't even notice the mask. Oh.
You know you're not gay when you never notice the mask.
According to the Mayel business newspaper, individuals have been contacting law enforcement. Imagine calling 911 over this.
911. Have you seen this figure's kid?
Karen, capital of the world in Korea, huh? They've been calling law enforcement in South Korea in order to have the figure pulled from sale, both in-store and online. Part of the Dongtan Missy stereotype is due to the neighborhood's affluence, given the appearance of a young but sophisticated married woman. South Korea has an infamously reactionary feminist movement, which regularly comes after anime and video games for what they consider to be insulting depictions of women. This is anything but insulting.
If this is based on one neighborhood, what's going on in that neighborhood? What's in the water over there?
The figure is available in the relatively affordable $60 to $90 price range, depending on which store you buy it from. Wow. Once a single boob is bigger than her head, I think they've gone too far. I wouldn't ban it or anything. I just don't think it's attractive. I totally agree there. Imagine calling 911 over a word. Old man says, Hey. Nope. I only had... I mean, you could do this one, I guess. I love the GTA games. I just hope they don't have a cringe story. Also, I hope that the good stuff isn't online only and purchasable with shark cards. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. All right, moving past this. God damn it, Randy's not here. Oh well. he made a reference to this earlier. Japanese high school ends tradition of having all students walk 85-kilometer all-night trek. He said, I would walk the 90 kilometers to Footnam's house. That was a reference to this article because we were trying to figure out how far 85 kilometers is because that's a fucking long way. And he's like, that's the distance between me and Footnam is what he said. Those kids are still going to be doing a lot of walking, though. Tochigi Prefecture's Otawara High School takes its school motto, Shiso Kenjutsu, very seriously, roughly translating to Spartan and sturdy, and embodies the ideals of resilience and determination Otawara High School seeks to instill in its students. It embodies the ideals of resilience and determination that Otawara High School seeks to instill in its students, and perhaps the clearest example of how it puts that philosophy into practice is its annual Kyoho event. Kyoho is written with the kanji characters of these, meaning strong and walking. In a tradition that dates back to 1986, all of Otawara High School students would first gather at the school on a spring morning, then depart for a walk through the mountainous cities of Otawara, Yaita, and Nasu Shiobara. That tri-city trek covered an 85-kilometer or 52.8-mile course.
Holy fuck.
What is your fastest walking mile? like at least an hour, right? Like, holy fuck. Up and down the mountainous cities.
Yeah, and that's not flat level. Fuck, dude.
52.8 miles.
How
And while
long
the
are they
kids made stops to eat and rest along the way, they don't spend the night in a hotel or lodge, instead walking all night before arriving back at their school around noon the day after they departed. The school describes the activity as promoting physical and mental strength and also serving to deepen bonds between classmates. Shit, man. The Kyoho was suspended because of the coronavirus pandemic from 2020 to 2022, and in 2023 it was cut short by bad weather. In 2024, students walked the full 85-kilometer course for the first time in 5 years, but that's not going to happen this year, as the school has announced that the 2025 Kyoho, which will take place later this year, will be shortened to a mere 35 kilometers, 21.7 miles. This isn't a concession to modern concerns or complaints about the grueling distance, though, but rather a safety decision. You can't just send a few hundred kids off on an all-night march without supervision and support systems, and adult organizers are stationed along the way to direct traffic, hand out water, and address health and safety-related issues that may arise. Because of the original course's length, there aren't enough teachers and academic administrators to cover all the necessary points along the way. And so the school also has to rely on help from parent volunteers. However, like many rural communities in Japan, Otowa's population is shrinking, and the school's enrollment has dropped from its previous high of about 1,000 students to only 570 for this academic year. Holy shit. Fewer students means a smaller potential parent volunteer pool, and the school has determined that it no longer has the manpower to safely manage an 85-kilometer route. So for this year's Kyoho, which will take place next Thursday, students will start their walk. I guess this has already happened, by the way, because we didn't cover this last week. Oh, no, 3 days ago. Really? Oh, I guess it is. Students will start their walk from the school's campus at 9:45 in the morning and arrive at the Yu no Kaori Shiobara roadside rest area at 4:30 p.m., a 35-kilometer course that they'll complete entirely in daylight hours. There's a somber reason that it's not surprising Otawara High School has been re-examining the safety of its school activities. In March of 2017, the school's mountaineering club went on a teacher-administered training retreat in a still snowy part of the town of Nasu. While conducting a snow walking exercise, the school was caught in an avalanche, resulting in the deaths of 7 students and 1 teacher. In a subsequent criminal trial, the court determined that given conditions at the time, the risk of an avalanche occurring was foreseeable and sentenced 3 defendants, including teachers who had been supervising the club's trips, to 2 years in prison for professional negligence. The verdict was handed down in March 2024, and while that year's Kyoho in May went the full 85-kilometer distance, the court ruling was likely something the school was acutely aware of while evaluating the feasibility of such a long walk this year. A memorial service for the avalanche victims held at the school's campus in March of this year. Jesus. This isn't to say that Otawara High is completely softening its approach to Spartan and sturdy education. On January 20th of this year, with a low temperature of 1.2 degrees Celsius, the school opened its annual Kangeko cold training program, in which roughly 400 students assembled in the schoolyard before dawn for a 7-kilometer lap running session around the grounds, continuing a tradition established by the school's kendo club in the Meiji period. Are you all prepared? Principal Yoshikazu Kimijima asked the teens, followed by "It's cold all over Japan, but let's heat the entire country up with our spirit." This wasn't a one-day event either, as the Kangekyo continues for 5 consecutive days. So the decision to truncate the Kyoho down to just 35 kilometers isn't one that Otawara High made joyously, with Vice Principal Hidenori Matsumoto saying, quote, "With safety administration issues becoming apparent, we had no choice but to shorten the distance. While the school hasn't officially made the change permanent, given that a shortage of parent volunteers is a key factor, the Kyoho seems unlikely to return to its 85-kilometer form without some sort of influx of new residents in the town." Honestly, we get Randy 12 seconds to that mountain, and then we take him on this day-and-a-half trip, right? Like, fuck yeah, we gotta do that. That sounds fun. And by fun, I mean dangerous. I need a little bit of drink for this next article. And by a little bit of drink, I'm just going to finish this bottle.
Just a bottle. Just get a little sippy sip in there. Oh, there's the whole bottle.
All right. You guys ready for this? It's a POO-NAMI! Watch the stomach-churning moment, a fountain of sewage, the height of a tower. Like, motherfucker, look at that!
Oh,
look at that shit! Literally!
Geyser of shit.
There is no place where I would feel safe in this town. If I saw that, I would be like, we're moving tonight.
Because that's going to be stinking all week long.
I wanted this to say, the smelly explosion rained down on cars and helpless people for a week, right? Like, imagine it gets so high up that it's in the clouds and then it's raining shit. Like,
and imagine like it's the hottest summer in California ever.
Oh, Jesus.
This is the disgusting moment. A massive fountain of sewage shoots into the sky before raining on the streets below. Stomach-churning social media footage from Russia, oh thank God, captures a geyser the size of a tower block, lasting for several revolting minutes. Holy shit. Oh my God.
How did it get that bad? Like what?
The foul fountain rained down in the Novoya Moshka district of Moscow, a Russian Telegram channel has reported. The sewage was catapulted 180 feet in the air, with several cars seen close by that likely got hit with the wastewater. Fuck, man. At least I'm in my car.
Yeah, I can't even imagine.
Shit, dude. That's like
literally shit, dude.
That's like a godsend. It's like, well, this is disgusting. Exactly. This is disgusting, but I'm going to the car wash right now. Like this never happened, and we're done. Okay, like we never speak of this again. I'm gonna go through. Then I'm going to come out and I'm going to pop the hood and I'm going to go through again. There are several residential buildings in the clip suggesting they were covered too, plus some pedestrians unlucky enough to be walking past. I would sue the city. You never recover from that trauma. This moment shocked many who were quick to react. This is how we get the semen into the Japanese women.
Semen-nami. It just rolls off the tongue, too.
The kamikaze. Oh God. Oh God, no. There are several residential buildings. Okay. The moment shocked many who were quick to react on social media to the revolting sight. One Twitter user captioned the moment a shit show, literally. Anton Gerashenko, a self-described Ukrainian patriot, posted the video to his 634,000 followers. The video currently has over 3.7 million views, over 43,000 likes, and nearly 10,000 reposts. There was sympathy for those who would have to clean up the sewage mess, the huge mess, as seen in the comments reading, "Imagine that it all fall down, transported by wind, smell, whatever the fuck that means. And the technicians are in the trenches at the front line." Other humorous comments followed, with one person saying, "This is one of those moments where I really, really hope Ukraine did do it." Okay, look, I just want to say right now, I don't give a fuck what the comments are saying. Give me the logistics. All right, I want to know how this happened. Some claim that the sewage infrastructure broke down in Moscow. The user went on to suggest is this the thermal heating system being purged? In our apartment in Craiova, the heating is pressurized in October, and the water that came out is rusty colored like this. Oh, so it's not shit. Okay, cool. According to Russia's state-owned conglomerate Gazprom, a new section of the gas pipeline is being cleaned out of the air in this way. Okay. According to reports, representatives of the corporation said that the situation is under control. Local authorities have reported as working to contain the damage and minimize health risks to the public. Cleanup crews are expected to remain on this site until the incident is fully contained. Gazprom, Russia's largest energy company, is involved. This is not the first time this year that the integrity of Russia's sewage system has been questioned. The Moscow branch of the JSC Gazprom gas distribution is carrying out work to relieve air pressure on a newly constructed section of the gas pipeline, said one report. In January, when Russian troops discovered gender-neutral toilets in Ukraine, Boris Vishensky, a member of the St. Petersburg Legislative Assembly, made a cutting remark. He said that a quarter of Russians do not have centralized sewage, citing data from Rosstat, Russia's state statistics service. Boris added, and basically, it's hard to imagine something more gender-neutral than a backyard latrine-style toilet, okay? He was responding to St. Petersburg Governor Alexander Beglov's criticism of gender-neutral toilets, as reported by Newsweek. Wow, that was a very unsatisfying end. All right, moving past that. Mystery over a 200-year-old bottle of urine. What's the mystery, though?
It's empty.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Speaking of a 200-year-old bottle of urine, I'm going to 200-year-old take a leak.
I'm all alone. There's nobody here beside me. Not even green line. I've been abandoned. Anybody in the chat still with us? Imagine exploding. Imagine explaining your car insurance. My car got crushed by a fountain of poo. Thanks, so, man. That much poo would crush you in the car. Remember, if you were directly under it, they'd probably just bury you in the car because nobody would want to touch you. Yeah. Well, thanks for sticking around with us, Sub.
All right. Apologies. Let's get back to the mystery over the 200-year-old bottle of urine. What? Oh, wait. Whoa. That much poo would crush you in the
I already
car.
read these.
Oh, I don't like that thought. They bury you in the car. That's great. Oh, no, Seb. Seb's going to work.
Goodbye, Seb.
All right. The mystery over the 200-year-old bottle of urine. Mystery surrounds a 200-year-old bottle of urine. Does it? Found on the Cleethorpes building site. Cleethorpes? It was discovered by workers who were digging trenches at a property in Seaview Street last year. I don't know where any of this is. The bottle was analyzed. Oh, it's in BBC. Okay, it's got to be in London or in Europe of someplace, I should say. The UK, probably. The bottle was analyzed by the University of Lincoln student Zara Yates. Wow. I bet you were so excited. Who used a scanner usually used at crime scenes. Oh no. It's filled with toes. Miss Yates said the builders initially thought it was a bottle of rum and were planning to drink it. Fucking idiots. Thankfully, the project manager was on site and recognized the significance of the object, she said.
Past experience?
Boys, don't. I've seen this before.
Yeah.
I've seen this movie before.
I just don't. Maybe it's a 200-year-old bottle.
She was having Vietnam War flashbacks.
Yeah.
Or they were having Vietnam War flashbacks.
So we have discovered that it's actually urine, not alcohol. Is this the mystery? Like, what? So it's a good job the manager stepped in to stop them. Miss Yates told the BBC that she used a combination of techniques to decipher the bottle's age and contents. First, I tasted it. then I smelled it. Yep, that's piss. She said the shape of the bottle was introduced in 1790, and its unevenness suggested that it was hand blown. Adding that as molds to make bottles were only introduced in 1840, it must have been made before that date. The multispectral imager, which throws different wavelengths of light at the object, revealed the contents were bodily fluids. The main one being
I'm just gonna stick this in the ground for future generations.
The main one being urine. The contents were bodily fluids. The main one being urine. I can't think of very many bodily fluids. Saliva, blood, maybe tears. Were all those in there?
Nah. Probably for some preserved semen.
The university has suggested it is so-called witch's bottle, buried to keep evil away from the house. Oh.
Johnny, go just piss in this bottle and come in it so we can keep the witches out of the house.
Rub one out and then piss in this bottle for us.
Dear Lord, please bless this house. He's like, all right, what do we have to do, Father? He's like, well, you're going to need to come in this bottle. I will cap it with the holy piss, and then we'll bury it. Another theory is that it was placed there by a sailor to ensure a safe journey. You're making this shit up. Josephine McKenzie, senior technician in the university's Conservation of Cultural Heritage Department, said it was rare to find a bottle this old completely intact. We often get a lot of ceramics, a lot of textiles, but we very rarely get glass, especially something like this, she said. Zara's done amazingly well with figuring out the contents of it and has really exceeded our expectations. Wow. Then I'm going to open it up and find out that it's actually just really rum. I really dislike the part where they said the majority of which were urine. The main one is urine. Like you
What's
can't
the rest
leave
of it?
Yes. The only thing I desire to know, you're like, nah, fuck you. Like, well, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. Student, rum? Manager, no, piss. Student, you mean it tastes like piss? Manager, no, it is piss. You're free to taste it to make sure.
Student, I don't remember hearing of a piss brand. Where are they out from? Take a sip. Ugh.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's it. Oh. We finished before my bedtime. How the fuck did that happen? Am I crazy? Didn't we spend like 3 hours on opening discussions?
Yeah.
We did.
Holy shit.
Mhm.
New record. Cool. I'm amazed. We're actually underneath the normal average length of the podcast. Cool. Let's end it here, folks. Have a good one.
Have a good one, everybody. Till next
The
time.
oldest piss on the planet. Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't
That's
know.
what we're going to do. The OCA podcast is just going to.
We're
I
gonna
promise
piss
you.
in a bottle and bury
I
it.
promise you, there is older piss on the Blarney Stone in Ireland.
We're all going to
Blood.
communal piss in a bottle in Japan and bury it, and they're going to dig it up in Mount
Yeah.
Fuji.
We gotta do that at some point when we on our Japan
Years
trip.
later.
How else are we going to keep the evil spirits away? We got to come. We're going to all come in the bottle. And then just when Japan needs it most, somebody's going to open it. It's going to spray out like the A-POO-NAMI. And we will have ended the birth rate decline.
Right?
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
No place to hide. The Titans come to take us. Mama, stop this. Can't take anymore. Who will save us from this horror? Roar! Roar! He tears through walls with rage and might, no end in sight, just endless night. Oh, save us from the beast. Our hopes have turned to shattered dreams. Mama, hold on, I'll fight for you. Our shadows cast on crumbled ground. The Titans roar a deafening sound. No, Mama, I'll stand my ground. Won't flee to honor you. I'll fight valiantly. Roar, destruction in its wake of fury.